Local woman takes on Walmart in court and wins.
Leslie Nurse says she was at the self-checkout at the Sims Walmart with her husband and 3 kids, fighting a malfunctioning scanner, even getting help from a Walmart associate. After she thought she'd finished and paid, she was stopped by an asset protection manager. She was eventually charged with stealing $48 worth of groceries. She was eventually arrested, mugshot taken, but the criminal charge was eventually dropped when no one from Walmart showed up to court. But it turns out many people do. During testimony in the lawsuit she filed against the company, an expert testified Walmart routinely uses to add insult to injury. A unanimous jury found for Nurse and awarded her $2.1 million in punitive damages.
Hundreds of golf balls raining down on this Kingston home, causing thousands of dollars in damage.
There's 26 windows that need to be replaced. The entire siding of the home has to be replaced.
The Tenzar family has lived here since 2017. They love the golf course view the Indian Pond Country Club provides, but an attorney representing the family says the hazards weigh heavily on their heart. He said the potential for damage is a part of the risk of living near the fairway, and that the club does have insurance to fix damage like what's seen at the Tenzar's house. The Tenzar's attorney says they declined that action because they wanted to prevent such a large number of golf balls from entering their property.
There's a lot of damage.
The judge on the case awarded the family $100,000 in damages.
A cat burglar is on the loose and a Metairie family is asking for your help.
Bathing suits, boxers. Last night this showed up at about probably 12:30 at night. All these different dish towels, multiple different socks.
It started when a tank top and some socks randomly appeared on the front porch of their Metairie home.
It keeps happening and happening and happening.
A little concerned, the couple filed a police report.
We started getting weirded out. Heather went and bought some surveillance cameras just to figure out who it was.
Then, appearing from their bushes,
Lo and behold, it was the cat.
the culprit, their pet Admiral Galacticat, caught on camera with evidence of the theft.
It's an unusual window to the world. A makeshift loft has popped up underneath an East Bay bridge.
A man named Tony lives under this bridge in a tent with a woman friend. Piles of trash have accumulated, but there is something unusual here. A tiny loft, complete with a window, has been built, almost like a bird's nest under the eaves. When pictures of the structure hit a local online news site and police got wind of it, everyone under the bridge got a 72-hour notice to leave. The director of Homeless Services says there's only so much they can do.
We offer shelter beds for them to come in, out from underneath the bridge, and get connected to services. They have options to go and to find other places to live, perhaps connect back to family.
A house that had been vacant for a year was somehow using thousands of gallons of water every month. He thought it was a billing error, but 3 months later, the numbers got worse, and the neighbor's golden retriever looked cleaner than ever. In East Hollywood, landlord Luis Romero called in a plumber. They opened the wall and found a plastic hose leading from the shared water line straight into Unit 2B. Ashley Dunham had been stealing water to wash her 80-pound dog every morning. Heated buckets, a pressure sprayer, oatmeal shampoo, all of it done in the hallway, using the tap shared by 4 other units. Her neighbors' water bills kept rising. $48,
10-year-old girl is given a very thorough pat-down by a TSA agent. She is slowly patted down on her buttocks, chest, tummy, and legs. The screening lasts nearly 2 minutes. And look, she's barefoot because TSA agents have removed her shoes.
I was very angry, very angry, and I felt like screaming, throwing a tantrum, running out of there.
It happened at Raleigh-Durham International Airport in North Carolina.
It was not a justified search. It was an unnecessary search. It was really violating my daughter.
Woman ruined her neighborhood storm drain. The woman filled a storm pipe with concrete. Now the street floods every time it rains. She says the pipe was installed on her property without her permission.
Those residents say this problem is completely new and completely traceable to one neighbor.
I filled in the 2 manholes and that broken pipe because I didn't want any more erosion on my property.
Seminole County just sent Goggles a notice of code violation saying she has to remove the concrete and repair the existing stormwater pipe and drainage fixtures. If she doesn't, she could face fines of up to $300 every day.
Shocking. Disney's own stars are leading a boycott after Kimmel got suspended. She-Hulk star Tatiana Maslany went public. Cancel Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN. But it gets crazier. Lost creator Damon Lindelof called Kimmel empathetic, blasted the company for punishing him, and said he's done working for Disney. Then came Kathy Griffin, Wanda Sykes, Ben Stiller, big Hollywood names, one after another, speaking out. The boycott spreading fast, from celebrities to fans, turning into a full-on cancel Disney movement. Is this just anger from a few stars, or the storm that could shake Disney to its core? Drop your thoughts in the comments.
Breaking news. FDA warns toothpaste in Maine could be deadly. The toothpaste you use for brushing your teeth every day might be harboring deadly bacteria. Recently, the FDA discovered that the Thomas toothpaste produced in Maine had serious violations during the production process and was contaminated with deadly bacteria. The Cleaning Mint toothpaste was found to contain deadly bacteria that could potentially cause blood infections and lung infections. What's even more astonishing is that another anti-cavity toothpaste was also exposed to be related to bacterial contamination. The inspection conducted by the FDA at the company's Sanford factory revealed this crisis.
Here at the Ripley Walmart, yes, her daughter sometimes has her own list that mom doesn't know about. This shopping cart has made this a whole lot easier for them and other special needs families.
Here, I'll hold this.
Before,
you get in.
Michaela was forced to climb in. Now she gets strapped into a Caroline's cart. Thanks to manager Jada Saeed.
She was explaining to me about her daughter and her conditions, and I kind of took a look at her daughter, and immediately I wanted to do whatever I could to help her.
And she did. Within a few months, Jada called and told Heather the good news.
It was a big relief because usually in the special needs community, you have to continuously ask for the things that your child wants or needs, and that journey can get very exhausting.
People requesting wheelchairs who don't actually need them to get through security and to board the flights.
Christy Herrero, who has now left the industry, has seen her share of airports, long lines, and people who request wheelchairs and might not actually need them.
They want them in the beginning of the flight so that they don't have to stand in line at security. They can be the first person to board the airplane if it's an airline that has open seating.
Because of the 1986 Air Carrier Access Act, which states airlines are required to provide assistance with boarding, deplaning, and making connections, airlines offer the chairs to anyone who requests them, and proof of disability is not required.
This funeral is for a 12-year-old girl who loved her dog more than anything. Jenna Ray Goodbar and her dog Cash were both run over on this road in Lexington, Virginia. Jenna Ray's family decided she and Cash had to be buried in the same casket so they'd be together forever.
Having Cash and her together, I want to cry, but at the same time, I'm so happy that there's no tears for it.
It was standing room only at the funeral with more than 500 people. During the service, one of her favorite songs played, Carrie Underwood's See You Again. No one ever expected 6-year-old Major Ashmore would actually climb to the top of the 50-foot tree in his backyard.
And I said, stop, stop.
Branch after branch, little Major climbed higher and higher. In this cell phone video, you can see Major 50 feet up clinging to a branch. He asked his mom to call for help. Mom, Kate Ashmore, immediately called 911. The fire department raced to the family's home in North Carolina. Usually such emergency calls deal with cats in a tree. Mission accomplished. With Major safely in the bucket, Mom was greatly relieved.
You know, literally anybody that owns a dog or a cat, you're gonna want to send them this video because the FDA just issued a nationwide warning over all different kinds of pet food. So dog and cat food pet recall sparks a nationwide warning to pet owners. And by the way, there was just a pet food recall like a week ago, but this is a new one. So they're saying that this company is now recalling 5 products that were manufactured under the same lot that was exposed to Listeria. And then the products that are under this recall is the Viva Turkey for Dogs Ground, the Viva Turkey for Dogs Chunked, the Viva Turkey for Cats, and the Viva Pure Turkey and Viva Beef and Turkey for Puppies. I literally don't think anybody understood that, so you can pause and read this if you want, and it's all going to be under the lot 21244, so if you have any of these, throw them away. And then you can pause and read this if you want to contact them for a refund.
You believe this? At the airport, there's a job that pays up to $30,000 a month, and almost no one wants to do it. It's called the Airplane Lavatory Waste Technician. Once the plane lands, the real work begins. Ground crew members have to open a hatch under the aircraft, hook up a 1-foot wide hose, and flip a switch that pumps out every bit of waste from the entire flight straight into a sewage truck. Just imagine it, the waste from hundreds of passengers, all drained through a single hose. That smell? Even 3 layers of masks wouldn't save you. The job is dirty, exhausting, and downright disgusting, but the paycheck is insane. So here's the question. If someone offered you $30,000 a month, would you take on?
He says he was forced to make old food look fresh. That's why he secretly recorded his supervisor admitting tampering with best before dates is industry standard. Safari demonstrates what he says is done at work, adds new toppings, and sells as fresh. In a national online call-out, Marketplace hears from grocery workers at smaller stores sharing stories of food tampering. He used to work in a Toronto area supermarket. He shows us how he was told to give old meat new life. At the University of Guelph, a microbiologist simulated what grocery insiders told us they do. He discovered toxins and bacteria linked to serious illness.
A truck spray painted with racist graffiti pulled into Frank Todaro's New York auto shop. The staff was speechless.
I'm reading on the truck, it says, "Go home with the N-word." And I was just shocked. And as he stepped out of the vehicle, I was shaking my head looking at him and says, "You are not leaving this shop until I get that off."
The employees at Collision Masters all started scrubbing, and when the man asked about the bill,
he said, "What do I owe you?" I said, "Nothing. You're not paying me. This is something I had to do for you."
the owner estimates the job was worth about $700. Since the story's gone viral, he's been receiving checks from as far away as Canada. He says he plans to donate that money back.
Much plastic packaging drives me crazy.
So when more than 100 Amazon boxes started randomly stacking up at her Prince William County door, she was, well, confused.
I didn't order them.
1,000 headlamps for running and biking, 800 glue guns, boxes of children's binoculars, and no explanation from Amazon why. Cindy Smith had a hunch.
We initially thought it was a brushing scam.
Brushing is when an online vendor creates a fake sale of their own product, sending the package to a random address. Also, they can boost their rating with a 5-star review.
Talk about a Happy Meal.
I just went to McDonald's and they handed me my sausage McMuffin and this bag. Well, what's in this bag?
Josiah Vargas was just handed a bag filled with cash.
Just a couple $1,000s here.
Actually, $5,000.
They handed me a bag full of cash, and I didn't know it until I actually got home.
You know how bad I want this money? Why put me in this situation?
After thinking it through, he returned to the McDonald's.
All the employees come out and start thanking me.
Oh my God, I really want to give you a hug.
Couple put in more than $10,000 worth of landscaping to their lawn, including these decorative white rocks. Now they may have to remove all of them. The association says these white rocks around Demarest and Jose Heinzen's home violate the neighborhood bylaws. The couple got a letter saying they have 2 weeks to remove the stones.
To my amazement, we got a letter in the mail saying that, we can't have the white rocks.
Like most HOAs, the Heinzens requires property owners to get approval before making certain changes to the exterior of their home, including landscaping. The HOA tells us other rock colors are acceptable and they can work with homeowners on their landscaping designs. If nothing is done, the battle over the rocks may end up in court.
Breaking news. Walmart shoppers across the U.S. are now eligible for store credits after the company agreed to a $95 million class action settlement over claims it overcharged customers at checkout. If you've bought anything from Walmart in recent years, you are now eligible for hundreds in Walmart credits. It takes less than 2 minutes to check your eligibility at martreviewing.com. Reports show thousands of people are already getting approved, and over half the payout fund has been claimed. So don't wait. Save this video and comment Walmart if you want us to break down how to claim the credits through martreviewing.com.
A shocking assessment for one condominium in Miami this week. They're being asked to pay $175,000 each towards their 40-year recertification.
The building needed to be recertified, meaning an engineer needed to come in and see if the building needed structural and electrical repairs. When the property managers brought in their engineer, they claimed the building needed $46 million in repairs. Every condo owner needed to cough up approximately $175,000. Now keep in mind, the entire building itself is worth $50 million. So residents hired a different engineer to do the same assessment, and they were told the building needed $23 million in repairs.
This guy is about to reveal something incredibly nasty at a Popeyes restaurant in the nation's capital.
It's this joint right here.
He unlocks the front door and records everything as he heads to the kitchen.
It's all ready.
Then he turns on the lights.
Look, rats.
You can say that again. There they are, rats scurrying up the wall one after another, disappearing behind a pipe.
Look at them.
He finishes the video with a question.
You still love that chicken from Popeyes?
After the video went viral, the D.C. Department of Health inspected the restaurant and closed it down.
Gibson rented a U-Haul for a recent move because of that sign saying $19 a day and returned it on time after a local move. But that $19 truck rang up at $58.00.
Confirmation saying that how much the truck was going to cost, and for today, and it was like close to $60.
But that wasn't the worst part. He says the independent U-Haul dealer then hit him with a $25 cleaning fee.
Keith said had he not taken photos, he probably would have just paid the fee and moved on. But he says his pictures specifically show that he left the inside of the truck as clean as when he rented it.
But a manager told us later by phone the cargo area was left dusty and required a cleaning.
So how many panels do you have up there?
27.
Scott Weinstein says the solar panels he installed on his Winter Garden home give him the power to sell some of the electricity he generates back to Duke Energy. That has dropped his monthly electric bill from $127 to $23. So when he opened his Duke Energy bill and saw he had an added charge of $17.
My neighbor called me and said, "Did you see this charge?"
Bill Hackett also has solar on his home and sells some of his power back, making his monthly bill around $12 a month.
Donald Trump is taking away food stamps in November because of the shutdown. This is happening around the country, but I'm collaborating with a nonprofit here in Chicago on a project that will feed families in Chicago. It's called the Tiny Kitchens Project, and if you live in Chicago, we need volunteers. You can text this number, 708-462-7046.
If you can't comfortably fit in the seat, meaning you need a seatbelt extender, or you take a part of another seat, you will have to buy an extra ticket, and it may not be refunded.
I would rather prefer if Southwest could make like extra large or larger seats for like plus size people, you know?
Starting next year, plus size passengers who take up space in a neighboring seat will be required to purchase an extra ticket. Currently, travelers can buy an extra seat ahead of time and get a refund later, or request an extra seat for free. The new policy states the second seat will be non-refundable unless the flight has at least one open seat.
I took Monica back to their Phoenix dealership. Don't touch it. This is the story of a mom, 2 kids, and a desperate need for a car. A 2003 black Cadillac LTS like this one.
I really liked it. No scratches, no dents.
She bought it from Prieto's Auto Sales in Phoenix, paid in full, $5,500. Then was told there was a small problem.
The ignition, the inside of it is broken. The sensor needs to be replaced.
She says the part was ordered.
We went back Thursday and they just said, we found a leak in your car.
Again, no car to take home. It became a real hassle.
Identical twins decided to become doctors, got into the same med school, the Medical University of South Carolina. They excelled right up to their second year final exam. They were both accused of cheating. The cheating accusations came about when test proctors, cheating was thought to be the only. Did you cheat?
Absolutely not. No.
The sisters say they were immediately treated like pariahs by their fellow students. They said they had no choice but to leave the school. But the sisters fought back. They sued the school for defamation, and they put forward a very plausible explanation. First, they testified that they always test alike. Second, they always study together too. 6 years later, Kayla and Kelly have finally won their battle. A jury found in their favor and awarded the twins $1.5 million.
Update on the 10,000-year-old ocean playground discovered last week. Marine archaeologists are finding even more down there.
Researchers exploring an underwater playground off the coast of Hawaii have found a pipe that went all the way to Japan and led them to a shocking discovery. Down beneath the ocean, they found a massive stone pyramid that is over 150 meters long, 40 meters wide, and 27 meters tall, with precise terraces and geometric shapes hidden below the Pacific. Is it a natural formation or an ancient civilization's work?
The product is a silicone bowl made for babies and kids, even marketed as safe. But what one suburban mom experienced is something she doesn't want any other parent to go through.
Ellie's food was in a silicone bowl made by Panda Ear. It's supposed to stick to the surface of a table or high chair. But Angela shows us just how easily it can slide off. We discovered a consumer complaint documenting a near-identical incident. The report just submitted on September 22nd. A parent describes that a Panda Ear bowl suctioned to her 18-month-old's face. The parent writes she could not breathe.
And police officers walked inside. They sat right in her section, and that is when her day took a turn.
I just, say, hey, how you guys doing?
Meet Jessica Dunbar, a waitress, a mother, a woman who got it.
And the one guy said, it's always a rough day when you got to put a brother in the ground. Right after that, I was like, I got to do something nice.
And she did. Jessica took their order, served their burgers, and when it came time to pay,
random acts of kindness,
she picked up the tab, a $123 bill covered. This note of appreciation instead.
It really touched all of our hearts.
Jessica is a woman who knows the story about Officer Smith, the funeral, the overwhelming support this city and beyond has shown, and now she can say she did her part.
Just to have a bunch of police officers, men and women that protect us, that's what they do, and people look up to them, and to have them shake my hand and say thank you to me, that was incredible. That was just awesome.
So this 14-year-old thought his neighbors hated him since he was always playing basketball outside. You see, although it was Anthony Mobake's dream to make the NBA, since he couldn't afford a hoop, he would just spend hours every day shooting at a tree in front of his house. Since this was extremely loud, Anthony had always been scared that his neighbors were really bothered by him. And as it turns out, they actually were bothered. After Ian Ray had watched this 14-year-old shooting at a tree for months, he finally just had enough. So he simply made a Facebook post asking whether any locals would be able to chip in to bless Anthony with an actual hoop. You see, although Ian had never even talked to Anthony before, he seemed like a good kid who truly loved basketball. So Ian decided to actually try and help Anthony. When Anthony got a knock on his door one day and saw his scary-looking neighbor, he assumed he was about to get yelled at. But Ian simply told him that not only had a local store owner donated an entire hoop, locals had also raised $750 for him to buy whatever equipment he wanted. On top of that, a private Toronto school soon offered for Anthony to join their basketball program. And Anthony's idol, LeBron James, even told him, "Keep working, kid. You have another fan in me."
Now, a startling ABC News investigation. A whistleblower has come forward to tell consumers.
What if I told you the food you thought you knew at McDonald's isn't what it seems? Behind those golden arches lie secrets that even employees warn you about. Hidden truths about the meats millions eat every single day, from chemical tricks to bizarre cost-cutting measures. And here's the scary part. The most questionable meat on the menu isn't even the burgers. And what are you really eating? Not ribs at all. It's ground pork shoulder and trimmings pressed together into the shape of ribs. The illusion is held together with something known as meat glue. Yes, it's exactly as unappetizing as it sounds. For years, the McRib even contained a chemical called azotocarbonamide, the same compound used in yoga mats and shoe soles. A McNugget is only about 50 to 60% real chicken. The rest is a bizarre mix of fat, skin, connective tissue, and sometimes even bone fragments. It's basically the parts of the chicken no one really wants, ground down and shaped into something bite-sized. One food safety analyst found that McNuggets had a shelf life so extended they could technically still be edible months after being frozen. Your childhood snack wasn't made for flavor, it was engineered for efficiency.
Find in Virginia, a family digging a pool uncovers a hidden bomb shelter with people inside.
The Miller family in Dayton began digging for a pool, but found a sealed Cold War bomb shelter from the 1950s.
We opened the hatch, and there were people down there, pale, staring like they'd never seen daylight.
Inside, a family of 6, spanning 3 generations, has lived underground for decades, believing the world above was unsafe.
My parents locked us in during the Cuban Missile Crisis. We didn't know it was over.
Surviving on preserved food and rainwater, they maintained a strict routine, unaware of the modern world.
We're working with social services to help them adjust. They're in shock. But healthy.
Emerging into 2025, the family is stunned by simple things like bright sunlight and fresh fruit.
They tried an apple and cried. They said it's the first fresh food they've ever tasted.
From a pool dream to a hidden past, this backyard unearthed a family frozen in time. What's next for them?
6-year-old flying solo to visit his grandmother was mistakenly put on the wrong flight.
My stomach was tight, my heart was pounding.
The boy's grandmother, Maria Ramos, says he was supposed to fly from Philadelphia to Fort Myers for Christmas, but when she went to pick him up at the gate, he wasn't there, telling Wink News.
So I ran inside the plane to the flight attendant and I asked her, where's my grandson? He was handed over to you at Philadelphia. She said, no, I had no kids with me.
The boy traveling on Spirit Airlines was accidentally sent to Orlando.
He said, Mom, where are you? I don't see you. I got out the plane. I said, what you mean you got out the plane? He said, yes, I'm here. I land. I'm in the airport. I said, give me an adult. He said, I don't have nobody with me.
In a statement, Spirit Airlines said the child was always under the care and supervision of a Spirit team member. And as soon as we discovered the error, we took immediate steps to communicate with the family and reconnect them. We apologize to the family for this experience. Maria says the airline, which put her grandson's bag on the right flight, offered to reimburse her for the drive to pick him up. But that isn't enough for her.
Landlord in Merced. He is owed $17,000 in unpaid rent. He was finally forced to sell the house he was renting, and since you can't evict, he had to sell with tenants living inside, significantly dropping the value of his home. This month, Robert Givens sold the home he rented out, the house he bought and lived in for 30 years, before finally renting out the home and buying a new one.
Well, it just feels terrible. You know, it was now we just have to go on, just forget about it.
Givens made the decision to sell after going 11 months without being able to collect rent.
67 years old, senior citizen, disabled, and I depend on this property for income.
That was Givens 2 months ago. Since then, he has gone to Sacramento to make his case, seeking help for landlords.
Since I made that decision to sell this property, I've had such a relief lifted off my shoulders.
Since he couldn't evict his tenants, Givens took a significant loss on the sale, $70,000 below market value. Landlords could be paid 80% of back rent if they forgive the other 20% of what's owed. Givens says he doesn't plan to let his former tenants skip out on paying him back.
I will be going to court to get 100% of the money that this tenant owes me.
Police want to warn you about. It's a new way they're discovering counterfeit money. Take a look and see if you can tell the difference.
We use the counterfeit pin.
It's a well-known way of finding fake bills. The counterfeit pin, something the owner here at Bullwinkle's Family Restaurant relies on.
You definitely don't want to get any counterfeit bills. It's out of your pocket.
But this tool to stay safe won't work on all counterfeit bills.
The pins don't work on it because it is actual currency.
Specifically, bleached bills.
The bleaching is new to me.
That's something officers here in Seymour are seeing for the first time.
They're using a bleaching solution to bleach the ink off of 1s, 5s, 10s, and then replacing that with 20s, 50s, 100s.
Police say a lot of times they're seeing these counterfeit bills being used in places like Starbucks or gas stations, any place that's busy or crowded with a lot of people coming and going. They're cracking down after finding these just a few weeks ago. Though these might look like $100 bills, they're actually only 10s, and you can tell that by the strip inside.
Call it a fast food fiasco. A picture of a Taco Bell employee, and what he's doing is going viral, disgusting customers and sending the company into crisis management mode.
It is the latest photo surfacing on the internet of an employee apparently tampering with food, this time Taco Bell.
Disgusted?
just disgusted, completely disgusted.
Charles Morris just ate at a local Taco Bell. He says he found out about this photo going viral on Facebook one lunch too late. So did Chris Ballin.
Ashamed that I actually just walked out of an establishment that, exhibited that sort of behavior.
But Taco Bell says this picture doesn't tell the whole story. It was actually taken as part of an in-house contest to promote their new line of taco shells, but falls completely outside the rules of the contest. So much so, the employee in that picture is suspended and will be fired. And even more important, the taco shells in the picture were never meant to be served to customers and were thrown out. But not all customers are convinced.
72-year-old woman up since 4 this morning, scraping all the snow and ice off of her 45-foot driveway.
And she was scolded by the Public Works driver operating the plow, and he called police.
Whatever they plow into the front of your driveway, you take that across the street. But basically, you're saying the only snow that you take across the street is the snow that they plow and push into your driveway?
Yes, sir. Scolded for shoveling.
What did she do? She only shoveled her 45-foot driveway. Trilco is 72 years old and started the task hours before sunrise.
I can't believe you did all this shoveling by yourself.
Usually I do both, but not today.
How long did it take you to shovel your driveway?
Well, I started probably about 4 o'clock this morning, but I took breaks.
The only thing that irked Trilco is the municipality's snowplow that shoved more snow back into the entrance of her driveway.
I don't have any room here or I'm going to be blocked in.
So after the plow blocked her driveway, she took the load of snow across the street so the plow can shove it on the other side.
This is the biggest scam in the world. They take green grapes and soak them in a white chemical liquid, and voila, suddenly they look and taste like honey. Customers see them and rush to buy, thinking they're super sweet, but it's all a trick. This happens in the largest grape plantations in the world. To hit the market at the perfect time, the growers don't wait for grapes to naturally turn purple, because that would miss the most profitable sales window. Instead, they pick them while they're still sour and green. Then the real magic begins. Workers dump the piles of green grapes into giant vats, filled with a white chemical solution. Just a few hours of soaking, and the grapes transform. Their skins turn golden and shiny, as if they ripened naturally in the sun. Customers see them and exclaim, "Wow, these grapes are so sweet." What they don't realize is the sweetness is fake, caused by oxidizers and artificial coloring. The chemicals bleach the skin and temporarily alter the acidity of the flesh, making them taste sweeter than they really are. The scary part, long-term consumption can be harmful. And the irony, the factory workers never buy or eat these grapes, because they know the truth. Under that shiny golden skin lies a toxic disguise. Real, naturally ripened grapes might not look as flashy, their color is muted, but the flesh is juicy, fragrant, and truly sweet. So next time you see grapes that are unnaturally bright and shiny, remember, that's not sunlight, it's chemistry in disguise.
We're on the trail of the waitress who's gone missing with a lottery fortune. Her best friend, who works at the same restaurant, says half that cash is hers. The missing waitress, Mandy Van Houten, and her former bestie, Leslie Underwood, were waitresses at the Sportsman Drive-In in Stuttgart, Arkansas. Their manager gave them 10 scratch-off lottery tickets for Christmas, and Leslie says they made a deal to share any winnings. Sure enough, one of Mandy's tickets was a $300,000 winner.
We talked about how life-changing it would be and what we were going to do with this money.
Leslie says they made plans to cash the ticket together, but 2 days later, she spotted this photo on the Arkansas Lottery's Twitter page. Had Mandy cashed the ticket behind her back? Now, Mandy has disappeared. She's not answering her phone. And she wasn't at home when we went knocking. Her neighbors and family members say they don't know where she is.
Nobody has seen her.
Haley Johnson, another waitress at the restaurant, had this to say.
Nobody has had any contact with her. We don't know where she's at.
This airline passenger was waiting to board a flight when she received a strange text on her cell phone. "Hey Ashley, how are you?" 34-year-old Ashley Barno didn't recognize the phone number. Moments later came this: "You are looking very gorgeous in that gray top today." Ashley says her anxiety grew when the man texting her claimed to work for American Airlines. He said his name was Ahmad. It was about to get even creepier after Ashley boarded her flight from San Diego to Chicago. Yep, he was on board the same plane. "You want to sit next to me?" Ahmad asked. "What's your seat number?" Ashley says she'd had enough. She texted back, "Not okay, not cool." Okay, it's up to you, but friendship with me will be very beneficial for you. I can always give you good seats, access to the lounges, and free flights too. In total, Ashley says she received, get this, 100 texts from him during the 4-hour flight, including sexually suggestive images. Ashley Barno says she showed the text messages to a flight attendant who recognized the American Airlines employee and told Ashley this wasn't the first time he'd done this. When the plane landed in Chicago, he was escorted off.
The customer who attacked a McDonald's employee with hot coffee has been identified. Police say they received over 100 tips within minutes of releasing the footage, and the woman was identified in just 2 minutes. The incident took place in Saginaw, Michigan, where the woman threw a cup of scalding coffee at a McDonald's worker. According to NLive, the employee suffered minor burns, and police have recommended charging the suspect with felonious assault. Before the attack, the employee calmly explained that her breakfast order had been automatically canceled because breakfast service had ended for the day. The worker repeatedly told the customer that a refund had already been issued and would take 48 hours to appear in her account. When the employee finally walked away, the woman shouted profanities, removed the lid from her cup, and threw the hot coffee at her back as she left. Authorities say the suspect is so notoriously known in the community that identifying her took almost no time. Police confirmed they received more than 100 tips shortly after the footage was posted.
Kobe beef, the best of the best.
It's considered the tastiest beef money can buy. Japanese Kobe beef. How much is a single steak? As much as $600. You heard right.
The best steak I've ever had. Wow. It really does melt in your mouth. That's amazing.
You'd think the Kobe beef would be authentic. Just look at this small Kobe beef portion that I ordered for $110. Later, I asked the manager to see their Kobe beef certification.
I am sure we have the certification, absolutely.
Can we see it?
I'm sure you can.
Do you want to go back there and bring it out and show us?
Absolutely.
He never came back. The owner called later to say that they made a mistake and immediately changed the menu from Kobe beef to Japanese Wagyu, which is a less expensive Japanese beef. What makes Kobe beef so expensive? It comes from the Hyogo region of Japan, where purebred Kobe cattle are raised with a special diet. Their life here is, well, splendid.
A YouTube star known for taking on food challenges had her eyes set on the menu at an Aurora pizza place. When the owner refused to serve her, her fans were outraged.
Steve-O's Pizza and Ribs. Hello? It's home to the OMG 28-inch pizza challenge, and the winner takes home $100.
I'm a YouTuber, and what I do is kind of like my own man versus food.
On Sunday, she set her eyes on Steve-O's pizza joint in Aurora. What she didn't expect was the owner's reaction.
He called me a dirty lie straight to my face. Like, I was like, why do you think I'm here to scam people? Like, I've never had a restaurant experience this bad.
The owner accused Raina of being a professional eater and didn't allow her to tackle the pizza challenge, even though the business does not have rules or regulations inside or online that disqualifies anyone from the contest.
And I'm like, I'm not a professional eater because I'm not part of the professional eating league, and I don't compete in like the Nathan's hot dog.
Raina was kicked off the property.
Of course. Bye-bye.
Questions about the fuel one woman says she bought at Costco. A mechanic showed her how the gas from her car was mixed with water. But she says Costco won't make it right.
And it was shaking like this and the engine light kept flashing.
Michelle Rabinovich says when that happened, she rushed her 2022 Volkswagen into the dealer.
And it does not look that pretty.
Where they showed her this video evidence that her car's gas was contaminated with water.
They were like, you have bad gas. We have to drain all the gas and put new gas in, clean everything out before we do that.
Rabinovich knows where the gas came from, the only place she and her family buy gas. The same place that even the coat she's wearing in this interview came from, the Sandy Springs Costco.
And so I went straight to Costco thinking that they would stand behind their product, and they did not.
It shouldn't mix like that. As you can see all that debris in the bottom, it should be clear.
Even though Rabinovich provided Costco this video from her mechanic and the proof she purchased the gas at Costco, they denied her claim.
That sample, I can promise you, would fail, but that is what we call an unofficial sample.
In less than 10 minutes, an expensive electric bike was stolen in broad daylight. Inside Edition rented a $200,000 high-end electric bike from a New York City adventure tour company for an undercover investigation. The bike was equipped with 2 GPS devices to track its location in case of theft. Reporter Lisa Guerrero and her team locked the bike securely to a parking post, leaving it alone as part of the experiment. What happened next was astonishing. Only 10 minutes later, a man walked up to the bike. He looked around, then calmly cut off the bike's cable lock. In one swift motion, he hopped on the bike and rode off, vanishing down the street. The team immediately checked the GPS devices, but by the time police arrived, the thief was long gone. The investigation showed that even with high-tech security, the bike had disappeared without a trace. This incident raises serious questions about security in urban areas for high-value rentals, and whether advanced tracking is enough to deter opportunistic criminals. Despite the GPS tracking, the bike has not been recovered, and the search continues.
Restaurant employee mixing food in an oversized bowl. On the floor, his bare arm submerged all the way up to the elbow. Other foods also being prepared on the floor here. There are no gloves being used. This video was posted on social media for all to see.
This could be a foodborne illness outbreak waiting to happen.
Danielle Egger has been a food safety specialist for 25 years, is a former foodborne illness investigator for the state of Florida, and owns her own company now in Tampa.
There are certain germs that just won't cook off with high heat even, so this is a big concern.
It was a delivery driver who asked not to be identified that was so concerned about what he saw in this kitchen, he pulled out his phone, began recording.
You know, they have staph naturally on their skin. It can infect this food and it won't cook off because staph can form spores that are heat tolerant.
It's against Florida's food safety regulations to prepare food on the floor, and China Yan was recently ordered shut after live roaches were seen crawling around this kitchen floor.
Floors are not considered a food contact surface, so therefore they're not required to be sanitized regularly.
I wanted to talk to you about your inspection last week. Thank you. China Yan has a history. They were ordered shut back in December.
This man took self-service to a whole new level. Alex Bowen snapped these selfies as he whipped up a late-night snack at a Waffle House when no one was there to take his order.
As soon as I walked around the bar to go to the back, I noticed one employee sleeping there on that bar. I looked at her for a few seconds, and I thought about waking her up, but then I said, this employee's probably tired. I got you, fam. I'll take care of it.
So he walked to the kitchen and cooked himself a giant Texas bacon cheese steak melt. It was 3 a.m. He gobbled the meal down and then left the Waffle House in West Columbia, South Carolina. Waffle House only became aware of what happened when he posted these photos on social media. Waffle House management was not happy, suspending the sleeping employee, but adding, obviously Alex has some cooking skills, and we'd like to talk to him about a job since we may have something for him.
They haven't formally offered me a job yet. The district manager reached out to me after this occurred, and he said he would like maybe for me to be a secret shopper.
And do you think you'll take him up on that?
Absolutely, ma'am. Waffle House for life.
By the way, Alex tells us he did go back the next day and he paid for his meal. A plumber just doing his job at Lakewood Church discovered an undisclosed amount of money.
It was the craziest phone call we've ever had.
This morning, the co-host asked people about valuable things they found and received a call from a plumber who recently did some work at Lakewood Church.
There was a loose toilet in the wall, and we removed the tile. Well, they removed the tile, and about 500 envelopes fell out of the wall. And I was like, oh, wow.
Back in 2014, the mega church made headlines after someone stole $600,000. In a statement, Lakewood Church said recently while repair work was being done at Lakewood Church, an undisclosed amount of cash and checks were found. Lakewood immediately notified the Houston Police Department and is assisting them with their investigation. HPD has not confirmed the money stolen years ago and the money found by the plumber are related. But Lindsay says investigators would have never known about the money if it wasn't for the plumber who discovered it.
The 30-year-old deadbeat son has finally moved out of his parents' house, and just in time, he faced eviction today.
Where are you headed?
Michael Rotundo's mom and dad went to court to force him out. A judge ruled last week that he had to go.
I'm granting the eviction.
Today was the court-ordered D-Day. A news crew found Rotundo packing his belongings. He also borrowed a truck from a distant cousin and moved all of his possessions to a storage facility. Notice the inspirational message on the boxes he bought from Lowe's. Never stop improving. There were a few hiccups. After loading the truck, Rotundo's car wouldn't start. He needed a jump. He's moving to an Airbnb for a few days while he figures out a more permanent address. Meanwhile, this guy suddenly finds himself being labeled a deadbeat. Why? His name is Michael Rotundo also, and he's the same age. He also grew up in upstate New York. He has this advice.
I would tell the other Michael Rotundo, find what you're passionate about and pursue it as a career as quickly as you can.
First order of business, though, finding a place to live.
Last night, the infamous Island Boys robbed the popular rapper 6ix9ine. Quickly, for those of you that may not know, last night 6ix9ine was actually doing a live stream with Jack Doherty, and while they were doing this live stream, 6ix9ine's home was actually being robbed. Now luckily 6ix9ine has cameras inside of his home, and the footage of his home being robbed was released, and well, when a lot of people started to view the video, there was two people that were involved with the robbery that a lot of people feel like were the Island Boys. And those two people are the two people in the kitchen right here behind me. One is actually near 6ix9ine's mom, and the other is about to exit the kitchen. And while the both of them just looked literally identical in the footage, the both of them walk the same. A lot of people said that they walk exactly like the Island Boys. And also the other person involved with the robbery called out one of their names, and that name that they called out is Red, which is ironically enough one of the Island Boys' names. Very well could be a coincidence, but the fact that the both of them walk the same, they have the same build, the other guy called out one of their names and it just so happened to be one of the Island Boys' names, I don't know, very interesting, and I'm curious to know your thoughts about all this.
Father says he spent more than $100,000 to restore a vintage truck.
But years after taking it in, the truck isn't even close to being finished.
2 years ago, Tim Hayes had an idea.
My son always likes truck. He's been a truck kid.
So he made his son, 14 years old at the time, a promise to restore a vintage truck and give it to him on his 16th birthday. The two got to work and found this 1967 Ford. They took it here to Classic Corner Iconic Cars in Oklahoma City to have it restored.
They told me that it would probably be done around July.
But long quickly turned to longer. Still now, almost 2 years later, with his son's 16th birthday just a couple weeks away, the truck is still nowhere near ready. To make things even more complicated, Tim says Jim with Classic Corner continued sending him invoices for work he claimed was happening on the truck. To date, Tim says he's paid Classic Corner more than $115,000 worth of invoices.
Mom usually come meet you at the restaurant?
Thank goodness for security cameras.
Yes. I don't know if your mom is here. Is she usually here, baby?
Monday, around 4:30 p.m.
Gavin calls me and he's like, Mom, Colton didn't get off the bus. And I'm like, oh, shoot.
Mom Arlene calls Postma Elementary. The campus assured her Colton got on the bus.
And he's on his way home. I'm like, well, he's not home. He didn't get off the bus. So we were just riding around looking for him.
This woman says she found Colton along West Road.
She said it looked like he was running for his life.
Do you know Mommy's phone number?
Because it was Colton's first day back in class, his teacher put a sticker with his address on his t-shirt.
Maybe she's looking for you. Do you think she's looking for you?
There's nothing that we could do to repay her. Like, she didn't have to stop. You know, she could have went on about her day, but she took the time to notice a little boy in trouble. And we just want to really thank her. I don't know what we could do, but I just want to just formally thank her.
Disabled University Heights woman is fighting City Hall and losing.
It's all because of how she fixed her yard to help her get around.
Disabled retiree Carol Waddell paid a contractor $1,500 to remove the grass in front of her University Heights home and replace it with concrete so she could park her car there. He told her he'd pulled a permit back when the work was done 7 years ago. She thought all was well until this came in the mail, a citation from San Diego Code Enforcement.
How it came, just like this, immediately ceased parking into front yard.
Not only that, in red ink, highlighted in neon green,
failure to comply will result in fines and fees.
Waddell lives on Social Security. She says she can't afford to pay a contractor to tear up the concrete or pay for a building permit to do the work. She's already been hit with a $500 fine.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Code enforcement said the sidewalk isn't their department.
Doctors who tested her say they haven't seen a kid this brilliant in over 20 years of work.
And is barely bigger than the world puzzle she pieces together. Alexa started reading when she was just 2 years old.
From like 12 to 18 months or so, we'd be driving around in the car and she would recite her bedtime stories from the night before.
It turns out little Alexis has an IQ of over 160. The average person has an IQ of 100.
You would wrapped her.
In fact, Alexis did so well on her IQ test, the doctors couldn't even calculate it.
Anytime she learns a word and just picks up a word through anything, she never ever uses it in the incorrect context. Ever.
It's not just her 5th grade reading level that's so shocking.
Ustedes son hombres.
Alexis is also fluent in Spanish. Her parents credit the adult app on their iPad for that. Even though Alexis is one of the youngest geniuses in the world, she's still a 3-year-old at heart.
The American dream turns into a nightmare for a young San Diego couple.
San Diego couple Kevin and Nicole Knorr had found their dream home, this 5-bedroom in Carlsbad, perfect for their young family.
I feel like that's the American dream, like having your single family home in a good area.
That dream has now become a nightmare after earlier this week they received an authentic looking email with detailed instructions to wire their funds into escrow.
It all matched up with, everything that we had received. So, we proceeded with everything.
Transferring the money as instructed, $774,631.
It's our life savings. It's everything that's been left to us.
It wasn't until days later they realized something was terribly wrong when they reached out to the escrow company to ask about a slight discrepancy in numbers.
And I think then they kind of realized, well, hey, wait a minute, you wired the money. When did you wire it?
The couple quickly contacted the FBI, which they say has been able to track the nearly $800,000 from California to Texas, now to Singapore.
They said most likely it's just been dispersed, it's gone, it's untraceable.
A woman sells the ring her ex gave her. Then the jeweler tells her this. After going through a heartbreaking breakup, Melissa decides it's time to move on, including getting rid of the exquisite ring her ex gave her. With a heavy heart, she walks into a jewelry store hoping to sell the ring and make some money. The jeweler, Harris, reacts in a way that leaves her confused. "Wait here, I'll be right back," he says, taking the ring into the back room. Melissa stands alone at the counter, still unaware of the horrifying truth that awaits her. After a few minutes, Harris reappears. "Melissa, I hope you don't mind, but I want to ask you a personal question. Where did you get this ring?" he asks, looking her straight in the eye with a serious tone. "My ex-boyfriend gave it to me a few years ago," she replies, explaining that they are no longer together. "Do you know where he got this ring?" she asked, carefully phrasing the question. Melissa shook her head, assuming she had bought it at a jewelry store. Suddenly, he heard Harris say, "Thank you for coming right away, she's right there." She was shocked and confused for a moment when she realized the police were standing nearby. "Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me," the police officer said to Melissa. "I could hardly believe what I was hearing." Comment The Ring to see part 2.
So it appears we have another business for the boycott list. Another fast food chain, fast food high street chain, which has gone far further, which is Subway. Subway, the sandwich shop, is introduced a complete ban on ham, bacon, any pork products whatsoever, but not just in one branch, in 185 of their branches, all of their branches, and they're going to now prepare all of their meats in accordance with halal rules. Yes, you're catering to a certain subset of customers, but do you not realise that you are discriminating against the majority of your customers? And I absolutely 1,000,000% disagree with a high street chain that has 185 branches that caters to probably hundreds of thousands of people on a weekly basis suddenly say that everything we're going to do is now halal. Boycott Subway. Hit them in their pockets. Make them aware that they can't just be making these decisions without consultation, and they can't discriminate against the majority of the people that live in this country.
This woman actually called the police because parents bought their kids Nike Elite backpacks. Yes, just backpacks. In her view, children carrying such backpacks to school makes their parents are bad parents. She has already reported over 20 families, all because of those little pull tabs on the backpacks. Kids often pull on each other's backpack tabs. Instead of blaming the children who steal, she condemns the parents who dare to buy their kids quality items. Think about how absurd this is. Instead of teaching children not to steal, she attacks the victims and their families, pretending they are the ones doing wrong. She might as well be saying, "Don't buy your kids nice things or I'll report you." What kind of backward logic is that? It mirrors the mindset that teaches children never to speak up for themselves, to endure harm silently and avoid trouble. And what's wrong with a Nike backpack anyway? It's just a regular school bag. Kids have been carrying these for years. The real issue is how this woman blew the situation completely out of proportion. She treated school supplies like a Child Protective Services case, as if she were on some heroic mission. Honestly, this is utterly ridiculous. Parents should have the right to buy their children a decent backpack without fear of being reported.
The 100-year-old stove, and it still works.
I've been cooking on it since the day I got it.
The stove was built by General Electric around 1924 when Calvin Coolidge was president. It was one of the first stoves powered by electricity. Check out the original ad. It's described as the electric maid for the modern mother. Joanne and Marcus from Long Island bought it secondhand for $100 in 1979. They showed Inside Edition reporter Allison Hall the crystal knobs and the perfect white porcelain. It even has a bread warmer.
Did you ever think that it was going to last you this long?
No. I never.
It just kept on working. The stove isn't the only old appliance Joanne and Marcus own. They also have a working fridge from 1930.
It's been working since the 30s, and we've been using it regularly since we've had it.
You guys have some pretty lucky appliances.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess we do, yeah.
A shocking discovery. A couple lost at sea 25 years ago has just been found.
Yesterday, a cargo ship 1,400 miles off the coast of Brazil spotted Mark and Jennifer Patterson, a couple who vanished during a sailing trip from Florida to the Bahamas in 1999.
We had a funeral. We grieved for 25 years. My sister's been gone since 1999. We thought they drowned in that storm. I just can't believe it.
Living on an impressive floating structure built from boat wreckage combined with the ocean waste, they created innovative ways to survive.
We learned to see trash as resources. We had everything we needed. Most importantly, we had each other.
The couple developed a daily routine of fishing, maintaining their raft, and collecting useful debris. Experts are calling their survival unprecedented, and others are calling it miracle.
After year 5, we stopped trying to get rescued and just focused on living.
South Africa,
the ocean provides everything if you're patient.
They say they're grateful to be found, but will miss their ocean home.
He did to comply with an order from the city. City told him to get his boat out from public view. So he built a fence, only to have his neighbor, who's an artist, paint a photorealistic version of the boat on the fence. Now, pictures of the boat have gone viral online. The boat owner says the mural looks terrific.
Not a rule breaker, but I am like to make a political statement as necessary, and as well as a humorous statement and a creative statement. So I'm all in favor of generating discussion and making people smile. And the reaction is extremely more than we ever expected, and we're both just tickled about it. It's pretty cool.
I'm a big proponent for public art in spaces. I love creating public art in spaces, and I think it engages people in ways that, reaching out and having conversations.
Hundreds of golf balls raining down on this Kingston home, causing thousands of dollars in damage.
There's 26 windows that need to be replaced. The entire siding of the home has to be replaced.
The Tenzar family has lived here since 2017. They love the golf course view the Indian Pond Country Club provides, but an attorney representing the family says the hazards weigh heavily on their heart. He said the potential for damage is a part of the risk of living near the fairway, and that the club does have insurance to fix damage like what's seen at the Tenzar's house. The Tenzar's attorney says they declined that action because they wanted to prevent such a large number of golf balls from entering their property.
There's a lot of damage.
The judge on the case
awarded the family $100,000 in damages and $3.5 million in emotional distress. Fees and interest bring the total to nearly $5 million. When asked why the family didn't just sell the house, the attorney said,
It would be impossible to sell the house with that type of situation. The problem had to be solved.
A national recognition. A photo of him has been shared more than 3,000 times after lending a hand to a customer.
Joe Thomas has been working at the IHOP on Dirksen in Springfield for over a decade. A photo of him is going viral after he stopped to help a woman eat her food.
They're just really nice people, really.
The woman and her husband have been coming to sit at Thomas's tables for years now. He says she has trouble eating because of a medical issue and her husband would step in, but Thomas wanted the couple to enjoy their meal together.
I always see him stop eating to feed her, and I was like, well, heck, if I ain't doing nothing, why not just go ahead and feed her so he can eat and everybody be happy? My parents always taught me to treat people as equal, and that's what I try to do all the time.
As soon as this photo went viral, Thomas started to read the overwhelming amount of support he was getting.
It really felt good to for somebody to actually see that another person is doing something and take notice. I mean, it felt good, but at the same time, like I said, I really don't care for the recognition too much.
That's when Richard Gilson started hitting glass outside his Jersey Shore home.
That was actually in the ground, this jar.
Near the glass was what he thought were root balls. He tossed them to the side, but days later discovered something strange about the object.
One of those root balls popped up. Lo and behold, it wasn't a root ball. It was actually $1,000 wrapped in burlap. These are $100 rolls of 10s and 20s. And, he had them all wrapped up in a $1,000 bundle.
There were 2 wads of cash dating back to 1934.
When we looked it up, the value of $2,000 back in 1934 was $40,000.
Initially, Gilson thought the money must have been tied to a bank robbery some 9 decades earlier, but learned the property was owned by a James Dempsey during the Great Depression, and that the owner had asked his daughter to bury the money somewhere in the front yard.
It's a lot of money, but it's not life-changing, obviously. I think the story's more interesting, the history of the fact that this fella did this 90-some years ago, and people had asked me, what are you going to do with it? Black woman asked her first date to meet her at a nail salon and pay her $500 bill. The man cleverly retaliated against her. The two met through a dating app and agreed to meet in person for the first time. The man said he followed the location she sent him, expecting a cafe or a public place, but he was surprised when he arrived and saw it was a nail salon. According to his account, the woman immediately told him that if he paid her $500 beauty bill, she would take him back to her home afterward. He said he already felt uncomfortable with the setup and began regretting the date, especially after noticing a bandage on her knee that made him question the entire situation. Still, he did not directly turn her down. Instead, he pretended to agree to her request and even encouraged her to add more services. As a result, the bill increased to nearly $1,000. Salon staff said the man waited until the service was almost done, then quietly left the building, got in his car, and drove away. The woman reportedly became upset when she learned he had disappeared and that she was responsible for the full bill. Some people argue the man should have been honest and declined the request instead of misleading her. Others believe he avoided being taken advantage of, saying she set up the date with the expectation he would pay for unrelated beauty services. Do you think the man handled the situation correctly?
A black woman who used EBT to steal free fast food has been arrested. Police investigations revealed that she used the same method to steal free meals at 14 fast food restaurants in Houston and the surrounding area over the past 3 months. After posting a video of her actions online, she quickly attracted police attention. On December 8th, she was recognized by a staff member at a Jack in the Box restaurant in Houston while attempting the same trick. The staff member immediately lowered the security shutter and called the police. Patrol officers arrived 8 minutes later and arrested her on the spot. Police also found 2 minors and numerous fast food wrappers in Jackson's car. The Child Protective Services has taken over the investigation. The investigation revealed that Jackson was involved in 18 cases, with each theft ranging from $38 to $87, totaling $1,127, meeting the criteria for a Texas Class C felony.
A woman spent $450,000 on home insurance, but after her house burned down, the insurance company refused to pay. Connor is a mother of 4, and her husband suffers from an extremely rare form of appendiceal cancer. Unexpectedly, just days ago, their home was reduced to ashes in a devastating fire. Connor had hoped the $450,000 home insurance policy she purchased years ago would ease her family's burden. Her request was simple: rebuild their former home. But the insurance company refused to pay. Because her home had appreciated in value over recent years, they would only pay the amount stated on the original policy. In other words, the hundreds of thousands she spent on insurance would only cover the years-old value, far from enough to rebuild. What's even more infuriating is the insurance company never informed her that without selecting 100% replacement cost or guaranteed replacement cost, her coverage was essentially worthless. Now cornered, Connor must sell the land to pay off the remaining mortgage. But after the sale, she faces an even greater crisis. 4 children, a husband battling cancer, and now no home. Connor has now decided to sue the insurance company.
It is a story that got the nation talking. A blind man confronted on a flight. Passengers walking off the plane in protest.
We sat with Mary Elko Comfort in her Monroeville yoga studio, talking about what happened on a U.S. Airways flight last Wednesday from Philadelphia to Long Island, New York. She sat next to Albert Rizzi on that flight. He lost his vision 8 years ago because of meningitis. The flight attendant asked Rizzi to stow his guide dog Doxy under the seat, but where he was sitting in the back row, he didn't have a seat in front of him.
So I said, well, the dog can come under my seat.
Mary says the dog only came out to put his head between Albert's feet, never roaming the aisles. She says the flight attendant approached 2 more times, not offering to help, just barking the same orders. 45 minutes on the tarmac, and Albert was then escorted off the flight.
What broke my heart is I heard Albert say, "Am I the only one getting off the plane?"
Minutes later, the nearly 30 passengers walked into the terminal behind him, saying they wouldn't fly without Albert and Doxy.
And U.S. Airways did release a statement after the incident saying, quote, Mr. Rizzi became disruptive and refused to comply with crew members' instructions when the flight attendant asked him to secure his service dog at his feet. The airline is reviewing how the situation was handled.
A customer was charged $12 for eating complimentary fruit from a restaurant counter, accused of theft. Surveillance footage showed customer Carter taking several orange slices from a small dish on the counter while waiting for his order. At checkout, staff added a $12 fruit cup to his receipt, claiming it was consumed without payment. The customer immediately questioned, "This is free sampling." The staff member countered, "Only 1 slice is allowed. Taking more is equivalent to taking a whole portion." They then produced internal rules, though no prominent signage was present at the location. The restaurant emphasized that counter samples are single-slice tastings to prevent waste and theft. Carter stated he saw no quantity restrictions and received no warning from staff, calling it outright fraud. Furious, he posted the incident online. After the video surfaced, netizens debated. Some argued the restaurant was maliciously charging. Others countered, eating a handful without paying is essentially taking advantage. Carter vowed not to pay the $12, deeming it extortion. He decided to pursue legal action.
An airport staff member was fired after being filmed searching a baby, following complaints that she inspected an infant under 3 months old. The incident occurred earlier this week. It took place at a busy airport security checkpoint. The video shows a parent carrying a baby through security when staff proceeded to inspect the infant. The footage shows the baby remained in the parent's arms the entire time, yet was still required to undergo a security check. The person who filmed the video said the scene left them shocked and uncomfortable. The footage was later uploaded to social media and quickly drew widespread attention. Airport officials responded shortly after. In a statement, they said the search complied with existing security procedures and emphasized that staff had no improper intent and were simply performing their duties. However, the explanation did not ease the controversy. Many online users spoke out in support of the baby's family, arguing the search crossed a line. They pointed out that an infant poses no real security threat and that staff could have used a more appropriate and less intrusive approach. Others defended the airport, saying security procedures must apply equally to everyone. The debate over security and personal boundaries is still ongoing. What are your thoughts on this situation?
Viral video showing damaged mannequins inside a supermarket has sparked widespread speculation online, drawing nearly 4 million views and prompting a police response. The video was posted by a woman named Tia, who says she was shopping with friends when they noticed something unusual about several mannequins on display. In the footage, paint appears to be peeling from the mannequins' hands, revealing a material underneath that Tia claims did not look like plastic or rubber. She described it as resembling human skin, a detail that immediately alarmed her group. Tia says they approached store employees to report their concerns. Staff members reportedly remained calm and explained that the mannequins were old and that the appearance was simply paint wearing away over time. However, Tia and her friends were not convinced. According to Tia, the group eventually contacted police. She claims officers responded to the store and removed the mannequins for further examination.
Delta flight headed for Spain was forced to turn around because of an unfortunate situation.
Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so they want us to come back to Atlanta.
All the way through the airplane, yeah. Sadly, for those passengers, the diarrhea was not contained to the bathroom.
Oh my goodness.
It happened about 2 hours into the flight. After making an emergency landing, everybody was transferred to a different plane. Delta says the original plane was deep cleaned and described the moment as a, quote, medical issue. That people were trying to spray vanilla, it didn't work. Secretly, I hope that this person who had the emergency, did
Maybe
something, or maybe you broke up with your girlfriend over text.
Was this a medical condition?
It's a medical.
Why did they have
this poor person
such severe diarrhea?
I mean, you feel for the passengers, of course, but that's at the very least just mortifying.
School cafeteria worker admits she did wrong, and she understands why she was fired.
For 14 years, Debbie Salzman worked as a beloved lunch lady here at Denver Place Elementary School in Wilmington. She says she would upgrade the lunch of a child who didn't have enough money or give them extra food if they said they were still hungry.
If they didn't have enough money on their account, they would get a cheese sandwich instead. When they got a free lunch, that would come back and say, Miss Debbie, I'm still hungry. Didn't you get your belly full for supper last night? And you don't know how many times they heard they didn't have supper that night.
Salzman says she kept Post-it note IOUs and paid out of her own pocket for kids, but the district suspended and terminated her this February for, quote, not keeping track of her register and providing food to her grandchildren without payment, end quote. Salzman admits to giving her grandchildren extra food too, but says it wasn't just them.
I broke the rule. I'm the one that broke the rule.
Girl was working the overnight shift alone at McDonald's from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. when some shock had happened. A customer pulled up to the drive-thru, initially ignoring her, then started being ruled over a simple coffee order. Even resort in a name caller. Despite her maintaining a professional demeanor, he kept escalating the situation, calling her names like "and ho."
I'm gonna get real petty with you, and you won't serve me coffee, and I'm stupid, right?
Ultimately, the girl refused service, which she has a right to do. After all, you can't insult someone and still expect to be served. She then moved on to the next customer. But this customer pretended to leave, only to stop at the window, get out of his car, and start yelling at the staff. Even going after a colleague who doesn't speak English was more ridiculous is that he pulled out his phone to record and acted like he was the victim. Later, he returned to complain to management, continuing to lie about what happened. But the facts didn't support his claims, so nothing came of it. Finally, that girl was fired. What do you think about this?
Dan worked at McDonald's for over 21 years. In the end, what he received as a reward was not a bonus nor a promotion, but a bicycle. Many people said he should have been given a car. Should he be happy or sad about this? The man's name was Stephen Montreal Hughes. He was from South Carolina. He had been working at McDonald's since 2004. This was a long-term, stable, and dedicated job for him. Previously, he often had to walk to work. The commuting conditions were difficult, but he still persisted in working. That day, he said that he finally no longer came to work on foot. Instead, McDonald's sent him a bicycle. He was emotionally excited and repeatedly thanked in front of everyone. When he realized that this was prepared for him, he didn't say, "I deserve it," nor "finally it's my turn." The most touching sentence he said was, "That's my home." This scene moved countless people. 21 years of dedication, not recorded in any grand system, but remembered by those around me. What truly moves people is not the bicycle itself, but the efforts of ordinary people, which are finally met with kindness. Do you think he should get a car or something else?
A McDonald's restaurant closed after receiving complaints about a pajama day for its employees during the holiday season. During the holiday period, the restaurant allowed its employees to wear pajamas to work. The store said the decision was made to help staff feel more comfortable while working during a busy and stressful time. Employees continued to take orders and prepare food as usual. However, some customers said they felt uncomfortable seeing workers in sleepwear while handling food, feeling as if their fries had been slept on under a blanket all night. One customer filed a complaint with the relevant department, saying the situation felt unprofessional and raised hygiene concerns. After receiving the complaint, officials ordered the restaurant to close for rectification and review of its operating standards. Some people said they do not care what fast food workers wear, arguing that McDonald's is not a luxury restaurant and that comfort should come first. They believe as long as the food is prepared properly and served hot, clothing should not matter. Others said the restaurant crossed a line. They argue that food safety rules should always be followed, and even if pajamas were allowed, employees should at least wear aprons or proper work gear. What do you think? Was the complaint justified, or did this go too far?
Have you ever been stood up? How about on your birthday? How about when you're 9 years old?
Indiana boy, and how it's all turned around.
Gerald celebrated the Big 9 Saturday.
12 classmates said that they would come to his party, and 3 o'clock came and went, 4 o'clock came and went, 5 o'clock came, and his mom said, we should cut the cake, and Gerald said, but one of my friends might come, and none came.
None of the 30 invites.
It's heartbreaking. He's just a kid who wants friends to play with.
What'd that feel like?
Sad.
Sad. He's had 3 major brain surgeries, skull expansion surgeries.
So he's slower than other kids.
He often plays alone, but that birthday,
None of my friends come.
that sent Grandma.
I'm going to vent right now.
And she did on Facebook.
Not wanting to cut his cake because one person might show up. So it is my mission to have as many cards as I can mailed to my little guy. This breaks my heart. Gerald Hamilton.
Now gifts from strangers.
Smile.
And cards.
Hey, birthday boy.
Cards from
Vietnam.
To
London. Favorite things. Awesome.
Happy birthday, Gerald.
Hi, birthday boy.
Mother confiscated all her son's Christmas gifts, including the brand new PS5, and left a symbolic lump of coal under the tree as punishment. She wept bitterly over this, unable to comprehend why her son felt unappreciated despite her hard work preparing 7 gifts for him. After seeing the presents, he complained to a stranger that his mother hadn't prepared any gifts for him at all. The mother overheard this remark by accident. The mother was deeply hurt. She explained she had spent considerable savings and carefully selected each gift, especially the PS5, which she had bought by scrimping and saving. Her son's complaint made her feel her efforts were unseen and unappreciated. After deliberation, she made a difficult decision. She retrieved all 7 gifts from under the tree, including the PS5. In their place, she placed a small bag of coal. In Western Christmas tradition, coal is often used to symbolize a child's poor behavior over the past year. The mother acknowledged that her son might be sad or even angry, but she believed this was a necessary lesson. She hoped he would understand that receiving gifts is not a given, that many children receive none at all, and that he should be grateful for his family's sacrifices.
Former Nickelodeon star Tyler Chase is once again at the center of growing concern after being spotted living on the streets, visibly disheveled and struggling. The Riverside Police Department confirms they are very familiar with Chase, saying officers interact with him at least once a week. They describe him as calm, kind, and non-aggressive, but also say he has consistently refused offers of housing, treatment, and assistance. His mother, Paula, has since spoken publicly, revealing that Tyler has long struggled with serious mental health issues, possibly compounded by addiction. She explains that he is unable to manage money, often loses his belongings, and that giving him cash directly may actually worsen the situation rather than help it. In recent months, in newly surfaced footage, Weiss is seen walking Chase through the room, ensuring he has shelter, privacy, and a place to rest. The moment is quiet, respectful, and deeply human, one survivor offering help to another without judgment or spectacle.
Nick Shirley reveals daycare fraud. A daycare that claims to accommodate 74 children has received $126 million in taxpayer funding. What's shocking is that the daycare hasn't taken in any children at all. However, this money was not used to help any children in need. Reporter Nick Shirley personally visited several daycare centers in Minnesota owned by Somalis and tried to enroll his son. He discovered that these centers were nothing but shell operations. The staff refused to provide any useful information. Some daycare workers couldn't even explain why the facility, which claimed to accommodate 74 children, had no children at all. When the reporter asked, their response was simply, "I don't know what's even more infuriating, is that these daycare centers receive huge taxpayer funding every year. This revelation is both outrageous and thought-provoking. Is there a serious flaw in daycare regulation? Why are taxpayer dollars earned through hard work flowing into fake daycare centers like this while genuinely needy families don't get the support they deserve? What do you think should be done about the fraudulent practices of these nurseries?
This is 4-year-old Lane Luviano. She's the one that broke this case open in September when she snuck one of her Sleepy stickers out of the classroom.
She kind of pulled up her little shorts and said, "Mom, look, this is my sleeping sticker." And I was like, "The what?"
When Lane's mom, Lisa, saw the sticker, she thought it was strange and asked her daughter about it.
And the teacher gives it to you, where she put it?
On my eye.
And what's it look like?
Sleeping with a moon on it.
Lane's dad says he's known something was wrong since school first started.
They never notified the parents.
So Lisa took matters into her own hands. She reached out to the other parents in Lane's class, sent them pictures of the patch to see if their kids were getting the stickers too.
I showed it to my 4-year-old and she said, yes, that's the Sleepy sticker. And if you read the ingredients on them, it has a lot of, it's just things I've never even heard of.
And they're giving them drugs to make them sleep, to keep them quiet.
Najala Abdullah tells us she'd noticed changes in her son, who told her he'd been getting the stickers too. She says he'd been crying, stopped eating, and was bringing home lunches that he hadn't touched.
Do you think it could be a crime? Most definitely.
Yeah. When homeowners called in an exterminator to get rid of something behind the wall, little did they know what they would find.
This exterminator is getting rid of something lurking behind the wall.
Unreal.
Whoa, what is that? Those aren't bugs.
Holy bro.
They're acorns. Thousands of acorns.
This is crazy.
They just keep flowing and flowing out of the wall.
Oh my God.
So how the heck did they get there? Hoarded more than 700 pounds of acorns into the wall of this house in Santa Rosa, California. Did you ever see the woodpecker?
We actually saw the woodpecker trying to put more acorns in the chimney stack.
Woodpeckers are the ultimate stockpilers. They can hide 50,000 acorns in a single tree. But outside, they have to compete with sticky-fingered squirrels. So that's why they hoard food for the winter indoors.
This so-called pump switching scam is becoming a growing problem, and they want to keep you from becoming the next victim.
Police here in Lower Merion Township call this pump switching a nuisance crime. They say it happens from time to time, and right now they're noticing an uptick, especially along City Ave, where some drivers have fallen victim to this scam.
So the way that it works is they'll take the pump out of your hand or offer to take it out of your hand and put it away for you, and then they'll keep the pump open and your credit card was in there when you swiped it, right? And so the next person through, if they give them $20 cash, they just charge it off until the pump stops working or your credit card fills up.
Now, police tells the suspect in these cases will then pocket the cash they make and leave the station. According to police, most victims don't realize the crime has happened for days or even weeks after the incident, which makes it difficult for law enforcement to find and prosecute the offender. So they're warning people, unless you're in New Jersey, you should be the only person handling your gas pump. They say once you're done filling your tank, put the nozzle away, terminate the transaction on the machine, and make sure to get a receipt.
Check out these pictures of a McDonald's ice cream drip tray taken in Louisiana. It's covered with slimy filth.
I couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, I've never seen something this disgusting.
This guy used to work at the McDonald's, but says he got canned after posting the photos online.
I asked my manager, I said, when's the last time y'all cleaned this? And she said, hurry up and bring it to the back before a customer sees it.
Well, we wanted to know just how sanitary is your soft serve ice cream and yogurt.
So we did some testing.
We took samples from 40 places in the Seattle area, from fast food chains to independent shops, and then had them tested for bacteria. 9 out of 40 samples had elevated levels of coliform, a critical indicator of an unsanitary condition, which by itself does not necessarily cause illness.
As a consumer, I would expect that my ice cream to be coliform-free. It would certainly be an indication to the restaurant that they ought to investigate their sanitary procedures.
Follow me, take you to know the latest real-time hot news.
Woman using a receipt she found on the ground to steal from a local Walmart.
At first glance, you might think this shopper inside a Port Charlotte Walmart is just looking at her shopping list. But really, she's taking a long, hard look at someone else's receipt.
This woman walked into Walmart with a receipt shopping cart
or on the ground or in the trash, and selected items that were listed on that receipt, and selected the items and brought them to the return counter.
Trading the items she passed off as her own for cold, hard cash. Some Walmart shoppers today troubled. She didn't seem to care about the surveillance cameras catching her.
You know, I was noticing the surveillance cameras today, so yeah, I am kind of surprised. But like I said, maybe sometimes people are desperate or...
This return scammer taking advantage of swamped employees, dealing with other customers' returns.
This is a busy time of year for returns, so this mistake was easily made.
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office posting the surveillance pictures of the woman.
If there wasn't a picture, you probably wouldn't believe it.
It's just horrible if someone would do that and hurt someone.
Hurt someone by hiding a razor blade in the handlebar of a shopping cart. Michelle Patterson was disinfecting her cart at this Festus Walmart when she says she felt it.
I jerked my hand away and I looked at my finger and then I looked at the handle and I couldn't believe there was a razor blade. What if it would have been a child in that seat?
The cut wasn't serious, and once police arrived, Patterson was told it may not have been intentional.
She said that it's probably just from a shoplifter and that they've been using razor blades to cut the tags off items or open the packages.
A spokesman for Walmart called the incident disturbing and says they've since checked all the carts at this location. They also say they'll continue to regularly check those carts. And security footage is also being reviewed by Walmart and Festus police.
Behind me there was a lady with a toddler and she took the cart behind me. That would have been her and her little boy. A little kid, it would have sliced their finger open.
Breaking news, authorities have spoken out regarding the 19-year-old that was cooked alive inside of a Walmart oven. As you may recall, authorities responded to the Walmart around 9:30 p.m. on Saturday in Nova Scotia. Officials say they received a call to respond to a, quote, sudden death. Patrons and staff were then rushed outside of the store while authorities went in to investigate. After 2 days of investigating, authorities have now officially confirmed that it was a 19-year-old employee of the store that was deceased inside of the walk-in oven. In a statement released by authorities, they said, quote, the investigation is complex and involves several partner agencies. An investigation of this nature may take a significant amount of time. It is important to note that the investigation has not yet reached a point where the cause and manner of death has been confirmed. They have also stated that the identity of the woman has not yet been released, but they did say it was a member of their community who moved to Nova Scotia about 3 years ago. This specific Walmart location has been closed since the incident took place, and they do not have any time frame as to when they will reopen.
This man is literally just stealing everything. He ain't scanning.
This man says the viral video of him at the self-checkout at Walmart has ruined his reputation.
He's a Walmart personal shopper. He says his reputation, though, has been ruined by a woman who filmed him bagging items at the self-checkout, seemingly without paying for them.
49-year-old Bill Astle does appear to be putting all these items directly into his bag at the Walmart in Belleville, Illinois, without scanning any of them. Within 24 hours, it was seen around the world.
Just on Twitter alone, yes, it was more than 16 million views.
So more than 16 million people think this guy's a shoplifter, including his small town where everyone knows him.
I am not a thief. I was simply doing my job.
Turns out Bill Astle is a personal shopper. To save time, he uses the Walmart app to scan each item as he takes them from the shelves. Then when he gets to the checkout, he just needs to scan his phone for the entire purchase. Unfortunately, after a lifetime of behavior above suspicion, the video has painted him to the entire world.
7-Eleven is bringing back their Bring Your Own Cup for a Slurpee Day this Saturday. This was just announced a few days ago, but 7-Eleven is now going to let you bring your own cup for a Slurpee Day this Saturday, and they want you to bring some pretty weird stuff. So in the article, they talk about bringing this right here, a cauldron. They want you to bring your pail, your bucket, and they want you to bring a vase to fill up with Slurpee. Now, although you are allowed to bring whatever you want to put the Slurpee in, it still still has to fit in this 10-inch hole. If it doesn't fit all the way through there, they're not going to let you fill it up with Slurpee. Like this guy right here tried to bring a kiddie pool, and unless you were able to fold it, maybe like a taco, and then shove it through that hole, they didn't let him do that. And right here, they show you some other things, maybe a big glass right there, a little teapot, a sideways, 2-liter bottle, a trophy. There's a lot of stuff you can bring and a lot of weird stuff that people have brought in the past. So put it on your calendar to go this Saturday to bring anything you want to fill up at 7-Eleven.
State police say the couple living here after spending money that wasn't theirs. Investigators say Robert and Tiffany Williams had $120,000 deposited into their account at BB&T on May 31st through a mistake by a teller. But instead of contacting the bank about the deposit, the couple allegedly spent most of the money, all in 2.5 weeks between June 3rd through the 19th. Police say the Williams also used the money on bills, car repairs, cash purchases, and even gave $15,000 to friends in need of money. Once the bank realized its mistake, it transferred the $120,000 to the correct account. It contacted Tiffany Williams on June 20th and told her the couple had to pay back the $107,000 in overdraft fees they incurred. On June 21st, the bank called again. Tiffany said she and her husband would work out a payment plan. Court papers show that after those 2 initial phone calls from the bank, the couple had no contact with bank representatives, despite several attempts by the bank to reach them. The couple is now facing felony theft charges.
A fan bought Juice WRLD's free McDonald's for life card for $2,700. And let me just say, this has got to be one of the best investments of all time. So yeah, in case you guys don't know about Juice WRLD's super rare McDonald's card, it is his McGold card, where he was able to go to McDonald's and get free McDonald's for the rest of his life by just using this card. And it was only given out to a few people, and his, of course, was customized with his name. About the fan buying this card, they said Juice WRLD's personal McDonald's gold card was sold on eBay for $2,700. According to the buyer, the card still works, which means that in exchange for $2,700, the fan is still able to use this card at McDonald's and get free food until it gets deactivated. That's the only thing. But right now, they could go and get free McDonald's. And also, this was Juice WRLD's one-of-one gold McDonald's card for free food for life. You guys let me know what you think.
Identical twins decided to become doctors, got into the same med school, the Medical University of South Carolina. They excelled right up to their second year final exam.
And left thinking everything had gone incredibly well. Excited to start our third year of medical school.
They were both accused of cheating.
Absurd, and thought it would be easily cleared up.
The cheating accusations came about when test proctors cheating was thought to be the only. Did you cheat?
Absolutely not. No.
The sisters say they were immediately treated like pariahs by their fellow students.
Years. We were disinvited from several weddings.
They said they had no choice but to leave the school. But the sisters fought back. They sued the school for defamation, and they put forward a very plausible explanation. First, they testified that they always test alike. Second, they always study together too.
Always been within a percentage point of each other.
Look, they scored exactly the same on the SATs. 6 years later, Kayla and Kelly have finally won their battle. A jury found in their favor and awarded the twins $1.5 million.
I'm really proud of you.
Gladys Hankerson has spent the last 20 years calling the wrong number. A beautiful mistake that has turned into an unlikely friendship. You see, all those years ago, Gladys was trying to call her sister in Maryland, but kept dialing area code 401 instead of 410. Mike Moffat from Rhode Island was on the other end of the phone, so he answered.
Oh, sweetheart, I got the wrong number. Hung up real quick and did that a couple more times that day. And, the next week, same thing. Maybe the next month.
Gladys kept calling, and Mike kept answering.
And I just grabbed this. Wait, before you go. Who are you? Where are you from? What are you trying to do? And we just started talking.
It was a difficult time in her life. She was divorced and had just lost a son. She says Mike always lifted her spirits.
During the time I was down hard and felt my sympathy and everything, he lifted me up and everything. It was real nice,
A DoorDash driver says he was fired within hours after a customer falsely marked her Chipotle order as undelivered.
According to the driver, he completed the delivery, took the required photo, and left. Minutes later, DoorDash notified him that the customer had reported the food missing. His account was immediately deactivated for suspected fraud, cutting off his income without a full investigation. The driver says he decided to confront the customer himself using the delivery address. He went back to her apartment and demanded. She admits she received the food so he could avoid theft, charges, and job loss. He claims she refused and denied everything. Later that day, the driver says he tracked down where the woman worked. He went to her workplace and told her managers that she had lied about not receiving her food, which directly caused him to be fired. He says he only wanted accountability and a chance to clear his name. Some people believe the driver went too far by confronting the customer in person and showing up at her job. Others argue that false undelivered claims destroy workers' lives and that delivery apps make it too easy for customers to lie without consequences. Many drivers are now calling on platforms like DoorDash to require stronger proof before firing workers over a single report.
Here at the Ripley Walmart, Heather Bench comes in every week with a plan.
We're going to get some soda, some water, and some trash bags.
And whatever else Michaela decides she wants. So we're following her lead.
Yes.
Her daughter sometimes has her own list that mom doesn't know about. This shopping cart has made this a whole lot easier for them and other special needs families.
Here, I'll hold this.
Before,
you get in.
Michaela was forced to climb in. Now she gets strapped into a Caroline's cart.
She doesn't get as overwhelmed. She can still interact with me while I face her, and I can go shopping and get the groceries.
Thanks to manager Jada Saeed.
She was explaining to me about her daughter and her conditions, and I kind of took a look at her daughter, and immediately I wanted to do whatever I could to help her.
And she did. Within a few months, Jada called and told Heather the good news.
It was a big relief because usually in the special needs community, you have to continuously ask for the things that your child wants or needs, and that journey can get very exhausting.
Destroy shit. I'm making it messy in this motherfucker. Call the fucking police.
A new incident at a Wendy's restaurant is going viral online. A woman completely lost control inside the restaurant right in front of her young son. At first, she appeared calm, speaking normally with the staff, but within seconds, her mood shifted without warning. She began shouting at employees, and the situation quickly spiraled out of control. She started throwing things around the restaurant in anger. Cups, straws, and items on the counter were swept onto the floor. The noise was loud, the atmosphere tense, and her child stood right there watching everything happen. When someone mentioned calling the police, she immediately grabbed her son and rushed out of the restaurant, leaving behind a mess and a room full of shaken employees and customers. Why does it feel like emotional outbursts like this are happening more and more often? Seeing the same kind of incident over and over again is exhausting. And doing this in front of your own child, what kind of example does that set? Years later, that child may still carry the psychological impact, only to be blamed later for getting into trouble.
Couple says magnet fishing is as simple as tying a heavy-duty magnet onto a rope, giving it a toss, and then waiting for it to connect to a metal object. Little did they know their casual pastime would lead them to the discovery of a lifetime. The two spent Friday afternoon magnet fishing at Corona Park's Meadow Lake. After about 45 minutes of throwing the magnet back and forth into the water, Kane felt a heavy tug and managed to haul up an old, rusted safe from the murky depths. It wasn't the first time they found an old safe, and they assumed there would be nothing inside, which they were used to finding.
Looked sealed, but I saw a hole in the bottom, so I started banging it on the floor, and I thought there was baggies in there where you would put like change or something like that.
But what was revealed left the couple in disbelief. Agostini says she thought Kane was playing a prank on her when he told her there were stacks of dollar bills inside.
It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not money. He's like, no, it really is. Until I saw it for myself and he peeled back.
An Oregon man was convicted and sent to jail for collecting and using rainwater on his own property, sued by the state for theft. Rancher Gary Harrington built 3 large reservoirs on his own land to collect rainwater and snow melt. He claimed the water was primarily for fire protection reserves and for providing water to wildlife. But the state called it theft and prosecuted Gary. A municipal code stipulates that all water within city limits, including precipitation, is part of the public water supply. The city requested the court order the removal of his collection system and impose a fine. Despite Harrington's repeated appeals, arguing, "The water fell on my land, I'm not selling it. I'm simply using it on my own property." The court ultimately rejected his claims. Harrington was found guilty on multiple charges, including unlawful appropriation of state water resources. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail and fined over $1,500. The incident sparked intense backlash. Residents said it was simply tyranny. If a person cannot own the rain that falls on their own land, what do they actually own?
That's when Richard Gilson started hitting glass outside his Jersey Shore home.
That was actually in the ground, this jar.
Near the glass was what he thought were root balls. He tossed them to the side, but days later discovered something strange about the object.
One of those root balls popped up. Lo and behold, it wasn't a root ball. It was actually $1,000 wrapped in burlap. These are $100 rolls of 10s and 20s. And, you know, he had them all wrapped up in a $1,000 bundle.
There were 2 wads of cash dating back to 1934.
When we looked it up, the value of $2,000 back in 1934 was $40,000.
Initially, Gilson thought the money must have been tied to a bank robbery some 9 decades earlier, but learned the property was owned by a James Dempsey during the Great Depression, and that the owner had asked his daughter to bury the money somewhere in the front yard.
It's a lot of money, but it's not life-changing, obviously. I think the story's more interesting, the history of the fact that this fella did this 90-some years ago, and people had asked me, what are you going to do with it?
A Disney proposal in front of Sleeping Beauty Castle just turned into a full-on viral nightmare, and people are still heated about it. This is Anto and his fiancée Rose, and they were trying to have that dream engagement moment at Disneyland Paris on a raised platform right in front of the Castle 10, area that's reportedly used for park performances. Anto says he even asked park staff ahead of time if it was okay and was told yes. But right in the middle of the proposal, as he's holding the ring and getting ready to pop the question, a Disneyland employee suddenly rushes onto the platform, grabs the ring straight out of his hand, and quickly escorts the couple down the stairs like they did something wrong. The whole thing was caught on camera, and once it hit the internet, it blew up instantly, sparking major backlash toward Disney and that cast member for completely ruining the moment. Disney later issued an apology and reportedly reached out, offering the couple a chance to redo the proposal, but the couple turned it down, saying the original moment was already destroyed and they can't get it back. And even after all the outrage online, the employee was never fired. So now people are asking the big question, do you think that Disney employees should have been fired for what he did?
The beachfront restaurant, they ordered a light lunch, 2 crab legs, 2 mojitos, and a bottle of water. She was amazed to see she was being charged 598 euros, or about $640. Brenda tells me she felt intimidated into paying.
Were you scared that if you didn't pay the bill, something bad would actually happen to you?
I did have that sense. Yeah, I said, I'm going to call the police. And that's when they said, you call the police. They will detain you in this country. You will not leave.
So how much would the bill be here in the U.S.? Well, I went to a Red Lobster here in Times Square and ordered practically the same thing Brenda did. 2 orders of crab legs and 2 mojitos. The bill, $60.
Judging from the TripAdvisor reviews for the restaurant in Mykonos, other tourists have experienced something similar. Felt ripped off, goes this remark. Another tourist says he was charged some ridiculous amount. Brenda says she loved Mykonos itself, with one big regret.
I should have never gone into that restaurant.
People requesting wheelchairs who don't actually need them to get through security and to board the flights.
Christy Herrero, who has now left the industry, has seen her share of airports, long lines, and people who request wheelchairs and might not actually need them.
They want them in the beginning of the flight so that they don't have to stand in line at security. They can be the first person to board the airplane if it's an airline that has open seating.
Because of the 1986 Air Carrier Access Act, which states airlines are required to provide assistance with boarding, deplaning, and making connections, airlines offer the chairs to anyone who requests them, and proof of disability is not required.
Would you say it is abused?
Yes, I would say it's abused the same way the service animals are abused.
Herrero says the practice is so common it even has names among flight attendants, including Miracle Flights and Jetway Jesus. But she says the telltale sign is the number of empty wheelchairs at an arriving flight.
The husband insisted on divorce after the wife took the dryer to a repair shop. Later that day, her husband came home from work and noticed the dryer was gone. Instead of just asking where it was, he suddenly broke down emotionally. The wife was confused and thought he was overreacting. She blamed him for being dramatic and did not understand why he seemed so upset. The truth was revealed a few hours later. According to the husband, the wife had always been very controlling with money. Every month, he had to give her his full paycheck, and she decided how it was spent. The only money he could keep for himself came from extra overtime work. Over time, he secretly hid that cash inside the dryer, believing no one would ever look there. When the dryer was taken away, he thought all of his savings were gone. He felt empty and helpless, but he did not explain it clearly to his wife at first. Fortunately, the repair technician called the wife and said he had found several $100s inside the dryer. That was when she finally understood what had happened. Even after the money was returned, the damage was done. The husband said this incident made him realize how unhappy and stressed he had been for years. Shortly after, he told his wife he wanted a divorce.
Can anything stop them? They climb over. They even slide below. Flagrant fare evaders are everywhere on the New York City subway, despite authorities installing an arsenal of new devices to combat the problem. With the installation of these paddles to prevent fare dodgers from jumping over. And these new plastic door gates seem to be impenetrable. So, are they? Apparently not. One after the other at this station near Times Square, the paddles didn't seem to stop these fare jumpers. This woman crawls right underneath. And those plastic door gates? We watched as these fare evaders outsmarted the gates. Their trick? The first guy pays the fare while the two behind slide past before the gates close.
Commuters not paying their fare is a growing problem across the country, but nowhere is it worse than here in New York. It's estimated almost half of all riders don't pay, resulting in $1 billion in lost revenue. Now, new measures are being tested out to stop fare beaters.
Truckers say it's been a daily and nightly thing. Teenagers going door to door, knocking on the doors, selling themselves truck to truck. Police spent the weekend trying to break it up, and truckers say in this lot, officers can just take their pick.
Nothing surprises me anymore. I've seen everything but Bigfoot at a truck stop, you know?
Indianapolis trucker David Howington visits this truck stop every day along South Harding at 465, and he says the prostitutes were getting bolder by the day. Other truckers told police a 14-year-old girl has been among those working this truck stop, so officers tracked her down over the weekend. They say she denied being a part of it, but her 19-year-old sister, Jody Kinslow, went to jail. She's charged with trespassing, and police say she's been arrested for prostitution in the past. Even while our cameras were out here, we saw women that truckers identify as regular prostitutes going door to door, and police have called in CPS to investigate their family in hopes of keeping her 14-year-old younger sister from following in the older sister's footsteps in this illegal trade out here at the truck stops.
Across the country are posting images of what's on the menu at their schools in a new phenomenon called lunch shaming.
How is that milk?
Cafeteria food has always been the butt of jokes, but this isn't funny.
Look at what they're giving us at lunch.
Students disgusted by what they're being served are taking their beef online.
Look at this. This is the main meal. It looks like puke and applesauce. Nasty.
In Paterson, New Jersey, parents are up in arms after images of moldy food and expired milk were shared online. Can you even tell what this is? Apparently, it's supposed to be a chicken cheesesteak sandwich.
It is disgusting. And I definitely would not feed that to my children. I'm not sure that I would feed it to my pet.
Before the pandemic, many schools used to make lunch in the cafeteria. Due to staffing shortages and budget issues, those days are gone. Now, lunch is prepared by outside vendors. Students in Woodbridge, New Jersey say the food is inedible.
There's enough that
razor blade sticking out of a loaf of bread. But police say that's exactly what Walmart discovered repeatedly this month in Biloxi, Mississippi.
We just have no way of knowing how many loaves of bread or items in the bakery were tampered with to begin with, and how many may have been sold, and over the course of what amount of time.
According to investigators, on December 5th, a customer reported finding a razor blade in a muffin from a Walmart supercenter. Then 3 days later, police say another customer found a razor blade in a loaf of bread bought from a separate Walmart store.
And then it was when there was a third report at the supercenter on December 14th, where they were like, hey, this might be something.
Investigators say surveillance video led them to this woman, 33-year-old Camille Benson, who's now charged with attempted mayhem. Her motive unclear. NBC News has not been able to reach Benson for comment. In a statement, Walmart writing, "We have removed and thoroughly inspected all potentially affected products at impacted stores in Biloxi," adding customers should throw out any tampered products and visit Walmart for a refund.
Mom is sitting in the car playing with her young son in the wrong way. I can't believe this video is even up. And people taking up saying, oh, she just playing. Real mothers would never play with their children like that. Grown, young, I don't care. It's nowhere in the world. You ask that child, do he want something to eat, and something about you being musty down there and all the above. Y'all, this is wrong. This is wrong. I don't know where her mother at. I don't know why is she so just into this and into that. Because you go down her page, baby, look, this TikTok. All right, I'm trying to tell y'all with so many words. You're going to have to go watch the video yourself. But I'm telling you, real mothers don't do that. And she shouldn't be playing with her son like that. Enough is enough. And I'm tired of seeing things that's just not right on this app. And TikTok still got the video up. Hugs and love. Y'all be blessed, J-Lo.
A Costco employee was fired for letting a crying toddler play with the handheld scanner. She was working at the checkout when a family came through with a young child who wouldn't stop crying. To help the line move faster, the employee handed the handheld scanner to the child to keep him calm. But right after the transaction was completed, her supervisor pulled her aside. She was immediately suspended and ultimately terminated. Costco explained that her actions violated company policy. Handheld scanners are considered controlled equipment and cannot be given to anyone who is not an employee, especially not to a toddler. Some commenters said, rules are rules. You can't take chances with safety risks. Others argued she was just trying to help a child. What she offered was humanity, not a mistake. And some asked, if retail workers aren't even allowed to show small acts of kindness, what does that say about the system? An act out of goodwill and without causing any consequences. Why pay the price of immediate unemployment? Do you think the company's decision was reasonable? A man was ordered by his homeowners association to keep his RV door permanently open for inspection or face eviction. Carter had been homeless for 6 years. He recently inherited $214,000 from his mother's estate and used the money to purchase property near Conifer. He moved his RV there and bought a shipping container to store tools, dreaming of building a home. But that dream shattered in April when Carter received a notice from the HOA demanding he keep his RV doors permanently open or face eviction. This worried Carter greatly. He feared leaving the doors open would lead to theft of his belongings, and it would be too cold to sleep inside at night. So, as usual, he closed the doors. Unfortunately, the next day, he received an eviction notice from the HOA, demanding he move out within 3 days for violating community rules and disrupting order. Carter felt deeply wronged. He argued that since he had purchased the property outright, he had no reason to be evicted. He accused the HOA of harassment and extortion.
Breaking news, gas stations are using a specially designed sticker to steal your bank card information. Yesterday, he found this at a Costco gas station in Texas. It was stuck on the card reader, and it seemed a bit out of place because a regular card reader is always firmly installed on the fuel pump. After noticing the anomaly, he immediately called the police. When the police arrived, they inspected the sticker and discovered what was hidden inside. It seemed to be just an ordinary sticker, but in fact, there was a chip inside, just like a bank card. The police said that this was indeed a card with electronic components, and they said this was the latest method of stealing information. According to them, up to now, they have received 8 reports of bank card theft. The common point of these cases is that they all used to swipe their cards at the same gas station. However, after investigating the staff at the Costco gas station, they discovered that these cards were unrelated to the station and were likely affixed by criminals. He warned us to be very careful of such cards. If you see a similar sticker at the gas station, please be very cautious. Take a few more seconds to check the card reader and the surrounding environment. If you find anything abnormal, call the police immediately.
Whatever you guys need, we have it.
The place where he stores hundreds of donated bottles of laundry detergent, fabric softener, and dryer sheets inside West Side High in Newark, New Jersey.
My kids weren't coming to school. Good morning. What's up, baby? Good morning.
Some of Cook's kids. He calls them all his babies. weren't showing up because they were wearing dirty clothes and getting bullied.
I think we really put the microscope on basic needs of kids.
How about giving somebody some clean clothes? Today, Westside has 5 commercial-grade washers and dryers. Principal Cook, who grew up in Newark, also started a program called Lights On. He opens his school from 6 to 11 p.m. on Fridays during the school year, and 3 nights a week during the summer. 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., you're supposed to be home eating dinner, doing homework, sleeping.
That's not the case. My babies are taking care of their younger siblings. Their parents are either working hard and just got to take all these odd jobs, or the parents are not there at all.
The kids use the gym, dance, and are fed warm meals.
A man returned from vacation to find his parking spot converted into a disabled space, resulting in multiple tickets. His request for the government to revoke them was denied. The man stated that upon returning home from vacation, he discovered a stack of parking tickets waiting for him. He was shocked to find that the spot he had always used had been quietly converted into a disabled space while he was away. Moreover, he received no prior notice whatsoever and saw no signs indicating the change. When the tickets arrived, the fines were so high he found them completely unacceptable. He immediately contacted local authorities demanding their cancellation, only to be refused. The government simply stated, the vehicle owner bears responsibility for relocating their car in advance. The citations cannot be revoked. The man expressed that he had never anticipated his parking space would be altered during his absence. He angrily declared, "Why would my parking spot change while I was away?" As the incident gained attention, netizens' reactions became polarized. Some argued that such actions without prior notification showed utter disrespect for citizens.
You're basically treated like animals to just be forced to sit down.
Last Monday, Jennifer says their plane was delayed on the tarmac for about a half hour. That's when her 3-year-old daughter, Summers, started crying and told her mom she needed to go to the bathroom. But the flight attendant refused.
She snapped at me, "No, sit down."
Summers was forced to urinate in her own seat.
Yeah, but the girls didn't let me go potty.
As Jennifer got up to clean up the mess, the flight attendant yelled at her a second time.
I said, "Please give me a break. My daughter had an accident in her seat because you wouldn't let her use the bathroom. I'm just going to clean her up and then I'll sit down immediately." She turned around and reported this to the pilot.
Eventually, the pilot turned the plane around and started heading back to the gate. He announced over the loudspeaker that there's a non-compliant passenger on board and they were bringing her to security. That's when Jennifer got really scared. Fortunately, an off-duty pilot sitting 2 seats in front of her came to her defense and convinced him to let her stay. Other passengers also chimed in. One passenger tweeted, "Wow, JetBlue, I'm a Mosaic member and had great experiences, but everyone on Flight 518 should be fired."
I'm so thankful for him and the other passengers for speaking up for my family's defense. I don't want them to do this to any other families. An apology would be really great.
Battle that's brewing at Starbucks, the coffee giant facing a new lawsuit this morning.
The woman filing the suit claims in a 24-ounce venti, a customer receives 14 ounces of coffee and 10 ounces of ice. And this morning, the coffee giant is fighting back. A new federal lawsuit alleging that mega coffee chain Starbucks is burning their customers when it comes to iced beverages. The suit alleging the brand serves up more ice than coffee, underfilling drinks in order to make more money and higher profits while using intentionally misleading advertising practices. Chicago resident Stacy Pincus filing a proposed class action suit. Court documents stating a Starbucks customer who orders and pays for a cold drink receives much less than advertised, often nearly half as many fluid ounces, asking Starbucks to pay upwards of $5 million to repay any customer who has purchased an iced beverage within the past 10 years. Starbucks responding to the lawsuit, telling ABC News, "We are aware of the plaintiff's claims, which we fully believe to be without merit."
A woman who had just bought this home in Southeast Houston was preparing to renovate it, but when she showed up Saturday to the house that was supposed to be on Wiggin Street, it was gone. So she called us and we spent the day digging into what happened. Our Courtney Fisher discovered the city tore it down. That's what Precinct 2 deputies and neighbors tell us. But Courtney, this woman says that she was never notified about what happened.
No one informed me anything. That's all I know. Now I have a deed. I have a lot. Home just disappeared.
We just got it confirmed from the city that their crews tore the house down back on February 22nd. They say, though, that it ordered it be demolished back
2 years ago, April 2021. So it took 2 years for it to happen. They say they never notified this woman because she wasn't the owner back then. Guys, this is where the house was. You can see now just a post with the address, not even a sign of the foundation. So the bottom line is, at this point, the woman bought the house. The house is no longer here.
Before a snowstorm hit Texas, a woman bought all the milk in a store and was immediately questioned and criticized by others. But she merely remained silent. Smiling, she continued to settle the bill. But what she did next surprised everyone. She was misunderstood. She used the milk to make hot chocolate and handed it out to homeless people to help them get through the storm. At the time, people who didn't know the truth criticized her, saying there was a 2-item limit per person, yet she bought a large amount anyway. Some even accused her of hoarding the milk to resell it at a higher price during the disaster. The next day, someone filmed the same woman on the streets of Texas handing out food to people experiencing homelessness. Yes, it was the very woman who had bought all the milk. She took the milk home, did not resell it for profit. Instead, she helped people on the sidewalk, packaging the food she had prepared and distributing it to those in need. She is a very kind person, and she feels sorry for those who misunderstood her. She chose to remind everyone in her own way not to judge others too quickly, because you never know, someone might be quietly doing something you would never do yourself. What do you think?
Mother wrote a complaint letter to her child's teacher after becoming dissatisfied with her child's grades. But the letter itself was mocked by both educators and online users due to poor grammar, spelling, and formatting. The incident began when her child brought home a teacher's evaluation from school. In the feedback, the teacher noted problems with the student's handwriting, including unclear writing and an inability to properly write their own name, which led to a low score in the related category. The mother then wrote a letter directly to the teacher expressing dissatisfaction with the grading and requesting an in-person meeting. She later posted the letter on social media, asking whether she was wrong, only to be met with intense ridicule. Many online users pointed out that the letter, written to defend the child, contained spelling mistakes, grammatical errors, missing punctuation, and improper use of uppercase and lowercase letters. Some commenters placed the blame on the parent, arguing that the issue reflected poor parenting. Others noted that the situation should not turn into public mockery of a parent's communication skills, and that the discussion should return to student education, parent-teacher communication, and grading standards. As of now, the school and the teacher involved have not issued a public response.
A mother in Ohio is now being sued simply because she prepared breakfast for her son's classmate. It began when Maria Duran noticed her son leaving home each morning with an extra plate of food. When she finally asked why, he told her, "Mom, there's a boy in my class who never eats breakfast. He comes to school hungry every day." Hearing this, Maria started preparing 2 breakfasts every morning. One for her son, and one for the quiet boy who often sat alone. The child accepted the meals gratefully, and for weeks, nothing seemed wrong. Until the day his parents found out. Instead of thanking Maria, they filed a complaint against her, accusing her of feeding their child without consent, and even claiming she might have been trying to harm their son with food they didn't approve of. The school confirmed the boy never had a reaction, never reported discomfort, and willingly ate the breakfast every single day. Maria was stunned. "We were homeless once. My son knows what hunger feels like. I never wanted another child to feel that."
My kids were picking, or they thought they were collecting seashells, but they actually collected clams, 72 to be exact.
You can see the rows of clams her children collected, but they learned an expensive lesson. Clamming has regulations.
Right before we went, I had decided to look at it, and that's when I saw the amount.
She got a ticket on the spot and later received notice she would have to pay just over $88,000.
It was just really sad. It made me really sad and depressed, and, it kind of ruined our trip.
Lieutenant Matthew Gill with the Department of Fish and Wildlife says the rules are in place to protect the species of shellfish.
The reason we have these regulations is because we have to let them get to 4.5 inches so they can spawn, so they can have offspring every year, and they have juvenile clams.
Lieutenant Gill adding it's important to educate yourself and your children before going ashore.
If you have a dead sand dollar, or a dead animal or something like that, or you have a broken seashell, that's fine. Pismo clams, what you're going to see is both shells will be intact together.
This homeowner found 40 downed trees on his property. Some of them were 150 years old.
This isn't because a storm came through, right?
No.
So what happened here?
It was a hurricane of chainsaws.
40-year-old Sammy Shinway came home from work and heard chainsaws in the woodsy backyard he owns behind his home in Kenalone, New Jersey. He confronted the work crew.
So what are you guys doing? And they told me that they were hired to cut trees down.
Except the problem is, this is your property, right? There's no question about that.
Correct.
That's not all. Some of the trees left standing had their tops lopped off.
Those red cedar trees were topped off. They're eventually going to die.
So who would do such a thing? Well, court documents say it was a neighbor identified as Grant Haber. He's a counterterrorism expert who's appeared on right-wing media. From above, you can see the before and after. Haber is facing fines of $32,000, but that may be just the beginning of his troubles.
$1 million.
It's not about,
McDonald's, this one inside the Plaza Hotel, that an employee had used her teeth to open something for a customer. The person in charge said a food handler did use her mouth to open the lid for coffee mix, but the mix was subsequently thrown out and the employee was educated that teeth are not tools. The inspection that followed the complaint investigation left McDonald's with a 33 demerit C grade. Violations included improper hand washing by multiple employees, a soiled citrus slicer and spatula, and an insect zapper right above hamburger buns. There was also an issue with food freshness, or the lack thereof. Sausage and egg burritos prepared 8 hours earlier were still in the display cooler and were deep in the temperature danger zone. But their corporate office sent a statement saying the health and safety of our customers and employees are top priorities, which includes operating a safe and clean restaurant. As soon as we received the report, we took immediate actions and addressed all issues.
After her family ordered pizzas instead of eating her $15,000 vegan wedding catering. The bride shared on Reddit that her and her now husband have been vegan for the past 3 years, so it only made sense that they have an all-vegan wedding reception. The bride and groom worked with a chef for months to create a gourmet 5-course meal that just so happened to also be vegan. And the catering cost a pretty penny at $15,000. The bride and groom also kept the wedding menu a secret from guests so that they could enjoy it without prejudice. When the wedding came around, everything was going according to plan until the bride noticed that her brother Tom was not in his assigned seat during the reception. 20 minutes later, Tom returned carrying 20 boxes of pizza with his cousins and distributed it to the guests, saying that it was real food. She confronted her brother, who said that their aunt had texted him saying that all the food was vegetables and that they couldn't let people go hungry at a wedding. People treated the reception dinner as a joke, and the bride's mother-in-law even posted on Facebook saying that her son's wedding was saved by pizza because the bride tried to force everyone to eat rabbit food. People on Reddit accused the bride of deliberately hiding the menu.
A Sydney restaurant released surveillance footage accusing customers of fabricating a complaint to avoid paying a hefty bill. The video shows a family of 6 refusing to pay an over $600 Australian dollar bill after claiming to find hair in their food. In the footage, a man wearing a white polo shirt and beige trousers sits at a table laden with food and drinks. He plucks several strands of hair from his armpit, places them on a plate, and then lodges a complaint with staff. The restaurant claims the group ordered multiple premium dishes, including a tomahawk steak, before attempting to skip out on the bill by alleging hair in the food. Staff suspecting foul play reviewed surveillance footage and released the video to warn other eateries about such scams. Pony Dining has filed a police report, but authorities stated at the time of the video's release that insufficient visual evidence hindered investigation. The incident sparked widespread condemnation online, with many netizens denouncing the act as despicable and disgusting. Employees from nearby restaurants revealed the man had previously pulled off similar scams at their establishments.
In less than 10 minutes, an expensive electric bike was stolen in broad daylight. Inside Edition rented a $200,000 high-end electric bike from a New York City adventure tour company for an undercover investigation. The bike was equipped with 2 GPS devices to track its location in case of theft. Reporter Lisa Guerrero and her team locked the bike securely to a parking post, leaving it alone as part of the experiment. What happened next was astonishing. Only 10 minutes later, a man walked up to the bike. He looked around, then calmly cut off the bike's cable lock. In one swift motion, he hopped on the bike and rode off, vanishing down the street. The team immediately checked the GPS devices, but by the time police arrived, the thief was long gone. The investigation showed that even with high-tech security, the bike had disappeared without a trace. This incident raises serious questions about security in urban areas for high-value rentals, and whether advanced tracking is enough to deter opportunistic criminals. Despite the GPS tracking, the bike has not been recovered, and the search continues.
A Sacramento senior uncovered an envelope of money she lost years ago.
When the bank refused to accept it, Mary Venegas discovered the envelope she misplaced with $6,000 cash inside. She put it down somewhere in her yard the day she planned to deposit the money to cover her taxes. That was 4 years ago. Mary, how in the heck do you lose $6,000 in cash?
I don't know. Just a 66-year-old woman who's very, very forgetful.
Somehow it ended up on the ground with cardboard covering it. The bill's now dirty, water damaged, the corners eaten away. But on a fixed income, she really needs this money now, behind on winter utility bills. But she says Bank of America, where she has banked for decades, refused to take the money.
And so we said, well, how come you can't take them? Because they're deteriorated.
The Treasury Department does exchange mutilated money if 1/2 or less of the original note remains, or if its value is in question based on the condition. Bills damaged by fire, explosives, water, chemicals, animals, or insects.
The latest news about baby Punch after being accepted. So many people are coming to see him now. Everything connected to him has suddenly become famous. He has officially unlocked a brand new skill, walking like a tiny human. The funny thing is, he doesn't know how to stop. He just keeps waddling, wobbling, and trying to balance like a human baby. His little toes grip the ground, arms flailing, tiny legs shaking, and it's absolutely hilarious. Punch is also showing courage. If anyone threatens him, he stands tall and throws tiny, "don't mess with me" poses. Even after he got accepted, he still loves his favorite toy and carries it everywhere like a priceless treasure. Sometimes he plays alone, sometimes with his monkey friends, social mode fully activated. He adores his new family.
Look, it's Amazon's new delivery drone. A woman hears a buzz outside her window, so she starts recording. Then, bang!
Uh-oh. That does not sound good.
The drone crashes into her apartment building.
Oh my God!
Pieces of the drone come raining down. Then it crash lands, smoking and with propellers still spinning in Richardson, Texas. Chesserina Johnson recorded the drone smash-up. She was shocked when it crashed.
Uh-oh.
I think the size of the drone and also the fact that it did crash was it's scary. I mean, if anybody would have been walking even 30 seconds later, it would have hit them.
The drone is Amazon's new Prime Air drone. It weighs 80 pounds and takes 2 guys to lift it. It carries up to 5 pounds of cargo and promises fast, same-day delivery. This woman says, no thank you.
I'm not comfortable with them.
Uh-oh.
Amazon, which operates drones in Arizona and Texas, tells us they apologize for any inconvenience, adding they are actively investigating this incident.
Chicago man says he did the unthinkable when he discovered alleged squatters in his property. He decided to move in with them. Marco Velasquez is the owner of this Southside property, which is on the market to be sold. He says his realtor came by with a potential buyer, but there was already people inside.
I couldn't believe it. It was like a nightmare.
Velasquez says a woman named Charmaine and her boyfriend Cordero moved in, claiming they recently purchased the property. He says the couple showed police this mortgage document, but Cook County confirms they don't see this mortgage on record. Velasquez's realtor recorded this video as the couple explained to police they had a right to be there. He says police told them under Illinois' current law they couldn't remove anyone.
I said I'm not moving out, and I said at one point they gotta leave. They gotta get tired of us being in the property. I called a couple of friends, stay overnight, and I knew they were not gonna like that.
So you're telling me that you and your friends came in and moved in with them?
Yes.
Girls may now be facing charges accused of giving other students tattoos.
This is what a stick and poke tattoo looks like, and Eric Brandon found it on his 16-year-old daughter Wednesday afternoon.
There was a tattoo on her hip
of a little wave, and it was actually a permanent ink-type tattoo.
Investigators say it happened in the back of the room during art class at Matanzas High School. Deputies say two 15-year-old girls took a needle and used Indian ink already in the room, sticking at least 3 students and charging them $15 to do it.
They go to school thinking that they're protected by the teachers.
In this case, investigators say the teacher was not in the room when the teens tattooed multiple students with the same needle.
You can transmit hepatitis or HIV or any other numerous type of bacteria.
Both girls are suspended and could be charged with practicing tattoos without a license, a second-degree misdemeanor. Deputies say 3 other students could also be involved and are working with the school to gather more information.
Tip and thought it was reasonable, but the server refused to accept it. This happened at a restaurant in California. The couple said they genuinely felt a $50 tip was fair. However, after taking one look at the money on the table, the server said, if you're not willing to leave $85 as a tip, then you shouldn't have come here in the first place. The couple was stunned. They sat there feeling extremely awkward, like they had done something wrong. They said they weren't trying to be cheap or disrespectful. They truly believed $50 was an appropriate tip. But to end the uncomfortable situation, they eventually added another $35, bringing the total tip to $85, and then left the restaurant. Afterward, they posted the experience online. The video quickly sparked controversy on social media. Many viewers said demanding over 40% as a tip is absolutely outrageous. But the story didn't end there. When the restaurant owner saw the video, he publicly responded, "That's just how our restaurant is. If you can't afford an $85 tip, then next time go to a cheaper restaurant."
Every day, Anna Price tries to stop cars from driving past the stopped school bus on her daughter's route over and over and over again. So we staked out the bus stop for 4 days last week. The first day we saw 3 cars drive by the flashing lights, and the next day wasn't any better. As we caught 2 more drivers on camera speeding right past the stopped school bus. And 2 others stopped right in front of us at the last minute. It happened again and again the next 2 days.
I feel sick. Watching these cars not stop just makes me sick.
Both Anna and Sherry say they've called the Orange County Sheriff's Office to report the problem, but they claim nothing happened until we showed up. We called both the Orange County School District and the Orange County Sheriff's Office about what we caught on tape. And on Thursday morning, Anna shot this cell phone video showing a white van blowing right by the bus and right by an Orange County deputy parked nearby surveying the scene. She says they were back Friday morning handing out tickets.
Air Force veteran says a fallen soldier was disrespected by passengers on a flight out of Phoenix.
Transporting a fallen service member is a solemn duty. His life is being taken home. During those trips, out of respect, you're supposed to remain seated until the casket is off the plane and on its way to the final resting place.
We have a fallen soldier on board, fallen airman, and we ask that you remain seated when we pull into the gate until he can be escorted off the aircraft first.
Ken Fitzgerald was on a flight from Phoenix to Michigan. The flight is transporting a fallen service member, Senior Airman Andre Taylor. The flight crew told passengers to remain seated, repeating this request several times, but that didn't happen.
A person here, a person there started getting up and following them. I was just in shock. I was looking at them and I was like, are you kidding me?
Even before the casket was off the plane, people rushed for the exit. For Ken, this was disrespectful, even selfish.
And her toddler refuses to wear her seatbelt during takeoff. And the entire plane is waiting as she's leisurely enjoying a cookie. The video shows that during the final stage before takeoff, this child refused to fasten their seatbelt. Meanwhile, the mother was leisurely eating a cookie, making no effort to correct the child's behavior. She simply watched the child. This behavior caused hundreds of people on the plane to wait as the aircraft couldn't depart. The mother showed no awareness of her mistake and still took no action. Frustrated passengers captured the scene on video and posted it online, sparking immediate heated debate. Many people condemned the mother's behavior. Some said, "I understand wanting to teach kids independence, like letting them buckle their own seatbelts, but there's a time and place, and this wasn't it. Nobody wants to wait for your child." Others argued it wasn't the child's fault, but the mother's. She failed in her parental responsibility. However, some believed she deserved more understanding and patience. What are your thoughts on this situation?
It's a nightmare, really.
The Peasley family's nightmare started out as a daydream for an updated pool and deck.
Basically, we just wanted to have the pool painted.
Neighbors recommended pool repairman James Feliciano.
I did not know that he had to have a contractor license.
According to Florida law, only licensed contractors can make major pool renovations, including draining all of the water.
The deck is cracked completely.
The Peasleys say the day after Feliciano finished emptying their pool, the deep end popped out of the ground.
It's gotten worse over the last week.
Chad says he called James Feliciano December 31st, the day it happened.
He came back and gave us our deposit and picked up his stuff and left and said that he had never seen that happen before.
The catastrophic damage to the decking area.
We asked pool expert Gary Creighton, a member of the Florida Swimming Pool Association, what caused the Peasleys' pool to pop.
We have to make sure that we open up the pool to the groundwater and allow that to come in.
Just one small thing. This is a two-car garage. Or is it? Come on. Keep going. And, oh, stop. This is a Honda Accord.
This is as far as it goes, man.
Yeah, their two-car garage is more like 1 5/8. Bring it down right. Oh, yeah, that's good. What's in the way? How about the 2 water heaters the builder put on the back wall? The Kendalls asked about it during construction.
Talked to the foreman, and we said, hey, it looks kind of small. He said, listen, they know what they're doing. They know how to set it up for you to have a 2-car garage. It'll be fine.
But it's not fine. Take a look 2 doors down. Right, so this is a small model Lexus, and they've got it in there about as far as it'll go. So we just measured the neighbor's garage. It was 197 inches from the water heater. Take a look at this. At their house, it's only 193. From the water heater, 16 feet, 1 inch. The Kendalls filed a warranty claim. It was denied.
I think it's disgusting.
It's McDonald's, serving millions of Americans for more than 70 years with that famous smile. But for long, some customers haven't been smiling, questioning how their food is produced. We suit up in sterile wear to see it for ourselves.
So this is what we call beef trim.
Okay.
And it comes from familiar cuts that you may know, like chuck and round and sirloin.
McDonald's says the patties are 100% beef. The recipe, they say, is nothing more than a blend of leaner beef trim and fattier trim. The beef is ground, blended together, made into those famous patties. Letting the public see this all can be risky.
I think McDonald's is deciding to lift the curtain because of market share. Millennials are now driving the food bus, and they're heading straight to other establishments that are offering better, healthier fare, and they're trying to catch up.
There are going to be families who are still going to say, you know what, the food at McDonald's is just not healthy enough. I won't feed it to my kids. What do you say to that?
I'd say, don't judge us before you know us.
Breaking news. A man was burned alive inside his $100,000 Cybertruck, and Tesla says it's not their fault. Shane, 47, had owned his brand new Cybertruck for just 102 days. Then, while driving in Harris County, he got into a crash. But the crash didn't kill him. What killed him was being trapped inside. According to the lawsuit filed by his grieving family, the collision wasn't even that serious. But it knocked out the truck's electrical system. Suddenly, nothing worked. Not the doors, not the windows, not even the so-called emergency release. And here's the real horror. The manual release was hidden. No instructions, no label, buried beneath the dashboard. Shane had seconds. The fire moved fast. He had no chance. He died locked inside a smart truck that wouldn't let him out. His wife and parents are now suing Tesla, calling the Cybertruck a design-first death trap. They claim it prioritizes sleek aesthetics over basic life-saving features.
This homeowner found 40 downed trees on his property. Some of them were 150 years old.
This isn't because a storm came through, right?
No.
So what happened here?
There was a hurricane of chainsaws.
40-year-old Sammy Shinway came home from work and heard chainsaws in the woodsy backyard he owns behind his home in Kenilworth, New Jersey. He confronted the work crew.
They told me that they were hired to cut trees down.
Except the problem is, this is your property, right? There's no question about that.
Correct.
That's not all. Some of the trees left standing had their tops lopped off.
Those red cedar trees were topped off. They're eventually going to die.
So who would do such a thing?
Well, court documents say it was a neighbor identified as Grant Haber. He lives in this beautiful home. His motive? Get this. Shinway says his neighbor just wanted a better view. From above, you can see the before and after. Haber is facing fines of $32,000, but that may be just the beginning of his troubles.
And now the guy who allegedly hired a service to cut down all these trees may actually have to replant the forest. One estimate says it could cost him $1.5 million.
Breaking news. Takis, the popular spicy snack for teens and tweens, is being named as a deadly food by health authorities in several countries. 2 child deaths have been reported. Cases point to cancer-causing colors, high sodium, artificial flavors, and saturated fats in Takis. It's a health disaster. Packaged in a spicy flavor, it's a highly processed food. It's a highly processed food. Studies show that processed foods are highly associated with cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. It's nutritionally void. It's low in calcium and iron, yet it's taking over children's meals. It's extremely high in sodium. It's a whopping 390 milligrams per serving, which raises the risk of gastric cancer and high blood pressure if ingested on a consistent basis. It's loaded with saturated fats and strong flavors. It can cause gastritis, intestinal bleeding, reflux, and even organ damage. Experts warn, this is not a spicy chili. It's a chronic health bomb. Breaking news, Flaming Hot Cheetos, a popular spicy snack among kids, is becoming a frequent emergency room user. Tens of thousands of children have been rushed to the emergency room with stomach pains and vomiting, according to hospital reports. The common thread in all these cases points to the highly acidic, spicy formula, artificial additives, and extreme irritants in Flaming Hot Cheetos snacks. It's a chronic gastrointestinal disaster packaged in an addiction to spice. A chronic gastrointestinal disaster packaged in a spicy addiction. It's acidic. It's far more acidic than children's digestive systems can handle, causing acute gastritis. It's a severe irritant to the esophagus. It can cause heartburn, esophageal damage, and even GERD. Experts warn this snack has little to no nutritional value for developing children. Its only risks stacked up. Its potential to cause chronic intestinal damage, stomach bleeding, intestinal lining damage, persistent vomiting, impaired nutrient absorption.
A solution to traffic jams. It's technology we haven't seen before in Central Florida. They're called flex lanes. Expressway Authority says they are a new way that allows drivers to pass crashes on the shoulder, only when the overhead sign signals the shoulder is open. A red X means the lane is closed, green means it's open, and yellow means the lane is about to open or close. The signs will be activated whenever there is a crash, and it is required that drivers move over when that red X is up. Drivers caught ignoring the signs could face a $164 fine and points on their license.
Keep traffic moving, which is important, and help people with reliability in their commutes, and then also reduce secondary accidents.
When work is finished, there will be 55 overhead flex signs along State Road 417 between I-Drive and the Beach Line. The flex lanes will open in segments. CFX is also adding them to State Road 429. The entire project is expected to be done by the end of 2025.
A transatlantic flight turned into pure chaos because of one screaming child. Passengers on an 8-hour flight from Germany to New York described it as a flight from hell, thanks to a 3-year-old who screamed nonstop, climbed over seats, and ran wild through the aisles.
He was climbing all over the chairs. He was just screaming, would not let up.
Passenger Shane Townley shot the video.
The boy's mother told flight attendants that her son has behavioral problems, and before takeoff, she pleaded for Wi-Fi so he could be distracted with an iPad. Despite her efforts, the relentless noise left passengers covering their ears and exchanging desperate looks. Many were simply counting the minutes until landing. The incident, which happened last August, only surfaced online recently, and it's sparking debate over what parents should do to keep kids calm on planes. Parenting experts say snacks, books, favorite toys, or preloaded videos can all help avoid an airborne nightmare like this one. Starting tomorrow, using your phone's navigation while driving will be illegal, with fines up to $5,000. No, you didn't mishear. Even just checking your map counts as breaking the law. Officials say that in the past year, crashes caused by drivers glancing at navigation apps have actually surpassed those from drunk driving. So here's what the new rule says. From tomorrow, you can only use the built-in navigation system that came with your car. You have to rely on voice directions. No staring at screens while driving. If you need to check your map or change your route, you must pull over and stop the car first. Breaking the rule includes looking down at your phone map while driving, manually entering an address while moving, casting your phone's screen to your car display, unless it's the factory-installed system, get caught the first time, and you could pay $500 to $1,000. Cause an accident because of your phone, and you're looking at a $5,000 fine, a suspended license, or even jail time. Will you risk it and keep using your phone's navigation?
The U.S. has just announced that a car that can actually fly in the sky has completed its first flight test. The startup called Aleph Aeronautics has just received a test flight permit from the FAA. It's not hovering, it's not gliding, it's really driving in the air. Imagine you're stuck in traffic, and at the touch of a button, you take off, and your car goes straight from the street to the sky. It's the fourth mode of transportation that goes beyond the definitions of ships, cars, and airplanes. It looks like an electric car, but at the push of a button, it spreads its wings like a transformer. Flying at an altitude of about 3,000 feet, it can reach speeds of up to 100 miles per hour. You heard right. The United States is already building a personal flying machine, and in the next decade, maybe the word traffic jam will disappear from the dictionary. The company says that this is just the first step, and that the next goal is to realize fully automated AI flights, like taxi cabs, called flying cars. You don't need to be a pilot, you just need to be able to operate a smartphone.
Breaking news. Texas is sinking and the worst is yet to come. The water has swallowed everything. And according to meteorologists, the most destructive phase hasn't even started. Texas is facing the worst flood in its modern history, but the next 48 hours could be even more catastrophic. Cities like Austin, San Antonio, and Houston are completely submerged. Entire neighborhoods are gone. Sirens blare nonstop. Families climb onto rooftops with children in their arms begging for help. Officials confirm this flood has already broken every record. Schools, hospitals, and highways have been destroyed. Videos show cars being swept away like paper and homes collapsing in seconds. Drones captured images of children being pulled to safety by volunteers using ropes. In some areas, the water has reached the second floor of buildings. And the scariest part, another massive storm is closing in fast. Dams are at the brink. The ground can't absorb any more water, and helicopters are struggling to land. The National Guard is evacuating entire communities, while thousands of people sleep in emergency shelters without electricity, clean water, or any idea if they'll have a home to return to. Authorities are asking for calm, but desperation grows by the hour. Comment part 2 to see real footage recorded by Texas residents.
I think the store manager was the first to notice, saying it looked like we're running low on carts here. So we started looking, we noticed a red van coming and going, putting, they were even dressed like cart guys. They wore the lime yellow shirts and everything.
But these two were no cart guys. Police are calling 77-year-old Alfredo Rodriguez and Hector Cortez, who's 54, the shopping cart bandits. They were busted wheels up here in the parking lot of ShopRite after security here started its own investigation and handed cops their video.
And then we get a phone call around noon and they're like, they're here. So my partner and I, we ran out there, we blocked the guys in, they were parked in the corner of the parking lot, and lo and behold, they gave us consent to search their vehicle. We go in the vehicle and there's 5 shopping carts there, so.
They'd allegedly been at it for at least 2 weeks and about 140 carts are missing.
I think it's odd. I don't know why they need shopping carts.
Maybe because they sell for about $200 a piece, wholesale.
The 140 carts, it's almost $28,000 worth of shopping carts. We believe that they're selling them to like smaller bodega style places, or they've been scrapping them. But they had proceeds on them, they're making cash.
A man is suing Walt Disney World after he was flying in the air on a high-speed water slide and seriously messed himself up. Here's a visual representation of what this slide is. The lawsuit claims that the man went to Walt Disney World and went on the Double Dipper slide. The man was about 334 pounds at the time of this incident. However, the slide's weight limit was only 300 pounds. The lawsuit claims that he went on the ride anyway and was temporarily airborne. He claims that this was a result of the exhilarating speeds on that slide. After he was airborne, he allegedly slammed on the hard plastic, causing permanent catastrophic injuries. He's now claiming that Walt Disney World had unsafe conditions regulations and was neglecting the grounds. And also that they have a responsibility to fix this slide. He's currently asking for over $50,000 in damages from Walt Disney World. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments. Do you think Walt Disney World owes this guy $50,000? Or should they just remove the slide completely to avoid any injuries in the future? Stay safe, stay informed, and follow me for more travel news.
Breaking news. Walmart is urgently recalling 850,000 Ozark Trail thermal water bottles. Has caused 2 people to go permanently blind. It's not the temperature of the water. It's the real risk of face injury, eye penetration, and permanent blindness. Recalled. Our Ozark Trail 64-ounce stainless steel water bottles, model 83 to 662, widely sold in stores and e-commerce platforms across the United States. The problem lies in the capsule construction. When you store carbonated beverages, fermented liquids, or even milk for too long, pressure builds up inside the bottle and the cap can blow off at any time, shooting like a bullet into your eye. 2 victims have reported retinal tears, corneal damage, and permanent blindness. This isn't your everyday water bottle. This is a high-pressure device aimed at your face. It's neutral in appearance and simple in function, but it hides the risk of irreversible injury to children and adults alike.
Ritz crackers are being recalled due to a potentially life-threatening error. According to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, Mondelez Global LLC, which is the parent company of Ritz Crackers, is voluntarily recalling 4 carton sizes of Ritz peanut butter cracker sandwiches after an incorrectly printed label listed the product as, quote, cheese variety, even though the product may include, quote, peanut butter variety. The FDA says people who, quote, have an allergy or severe sensitivity to peanuts may risk serious or life-threatening allergic reactions by consuming this product. The items, which were manufactured in the United States and sold nationwide, include the 8-pack, 20-pack, and 40-pack cartons of Ritz peanut butter cracker sandwiches, as well as the 20-pack Ritz filled cracker sandwich variety pack. According to the company's announcement, all the outer cartons affected are, quote, correctly labeled and provide an allergen advisory statement indicating that the product contains peanuts. However, the individually wrapped package inside of the carton may have the incorrect verbiage. As of now, there have been no reported illnesses related to the product. No other Mondelez Global LLC products are affected by the recall.
This isn't science fiction, a fighter jet disappearing from the radar screen in an instant, only to reappear hundreds of kilometers away a few seconds later. Is this optical interference? A radar blind spot? This is China's legendary aerial teleportation. The Chinese fighter jet J-36 is currently undergoing test flights. It is rumored that the J-36 integrates a quantum radar evasion system, AI path prediction algorithms, and electromagnetic bubble suppression engines. It's not just about stealth. It's about actively becoming invisible through algorithms. It makes enemy radars see the wrong location, or even non-existent on the radar. Behind this lies China's ultimate simulation of future air combat dominance. Whoever breaks the linear strike logic first wins the information-based air superiority. While the U.S. Air Force's F-22 and NGAD still rely on traditional stealth coatings and infrared suppression, China may have already entered a combat model based on perception, deception, and spatial displacement.
Sandra Woolston is the general manager of the Quality Inn in Galloway Township. She noticed something strange happening at the pool back in June, and she knew it wasn't algae.
And I saw it totally green, and I was like, oh wow, what is going on? So we saw a dye pack in the bottom of the pool, and we didn't know what it was.
They had the pool drained and cleaned, but she said it continued to happen about a dozen times over the course of the summer. Guests were disappointed each time, and it cost the hotel thousands of dollars. Meanwhile, in Absecon, police got a similar call from a homeowner in August.
We had a resident who was enjoying time in his pool and saw a drone flying over top, and the drone actually dropped something in his pool that made his pool turn green immediately.
The green stuff was sea dye, normally used by search and rescue teams, and it can be damaging to pools. On Friday, police say the drone was spotted over the Quality Inn again, and this time, with help from the FAA, the drone was tracked back to this business across the White Horse Pike. Police arrested the business owner, Patrick Spina. He's now facing multiple counts of criminal mischief.
Breaking news. Takis, the popular spicy snack for teens and tweens, is being named as a deadly food by health authorities in several countries. 2 child deaths have been reported. Cases point to cancer-causing colors, high sodium artificial flavors, and saturated fats in Takis. It's a health disaster. Packaged in a spicy flavor, it's a highly processed food. Studies show that processed foods are highly associated with cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. It's nutritionally void. It's low in calcium and iron, yet it's taking over children's meals. It's extremely high in sodium. It's a whopping 390 milligrams per serving, which raises the risk of gastric cancer and high blood pressure if ingested on a consistent basis. It's loaded with saturated fats and strong flavors. It can cause gastritis, intestinal bleeding, reflux, and even organ damage. Experts warn, this is not a spicy chili. It's a chronic health bomb.
Breaking news. Kinder Chocolate has been recalled due to salmonella, causing 127 people to be infected, including 45 children. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration has mandated an emergency recall of Ferrero's Kinder Chocolate products after lab-confirmed salmonella strains matched those found in 127 patients across 18 states, including 45 children hospitalized with severe symptoms, according to sealed court documents reviewed by this outlet. This expanded recall now covers all Kinder Surprise eggs. FDA inspectors reportedly found persistent salmonella contamination at Ferrero's Chicago plant, the same facility that passed routine checks last fall. The CDC confirms at least 63% of patients consumed Kinder products before falling ill, with genetic sequencing linking the outbreak to a rare antibiotic-resistant salmonella strain. Ferrero's CEO faced sharp backlash after claiming no direct proof between illnesses and their products during a CNBC interview.
We've got some major breaking news out of Area 51. A massive fire has broken out inside the base, and we're seeing it live on camera late last night. Allegedly, the 15th of July, plumes of smoke were spotted rising from within the boundaries of Area 51 in Groom Lake, Nevada. Get this, there's a 247 live stream camera set up just outside the perimeter on private property of the back gate entrance near Rachel, Nevada. And they're currently broadcasting the blaze. What we do know is that there is clearly a massive fire, as you can see in the giant plume of smoke. You can also see the wind blowing if you look at the trees, which is definitely not helpful in these types of situations. What we don't know is exactly what's burning inside Area 51. We don't have information on whether any structures are directly affected at this time. Was it a military training gone bad, an accident, or was it something else? Some people, of course, are speculating everything from black project labs that have blown up to alien tech, but it very well could be dry brush burning on the outside of the perimeter as well. This is crazy. Let me know. What do you think is burning in there?
Breaking news. Disneyland is moving to Las Vegas. Starting at the end of October, Disneyland will close in order to move it to Las Vegas, Nevada. Disney is doing this because of the high taxes in California from Governor Newsom to do this. They will move the entire theme park piece by piece and reconstruct it just outside the Las Vegas Strip, where Disney has been secretly buying thousands of acres of land. This will be done in a way where guests can still enjoy the parks while they move them. For example, they will start moving rides that are currently closed or closing soon. Then, they will close areas of each park one at a time to move it over. For example, Tomorrowland will close first at Disneyland, but all the other lands will still be open. They will load up tens of thousands of trucks to drive pieces 4 hours up to Las Vegas and reconstruct the rides there. Then once the Vegas parks have enough risen restaurants to open, they will open the doors there. This means the Disneyland parks will be open in 2 locations at once for a period of time. The good news is, your park tickets will be valid at both locations. However, they won't reduce the price during this transition.
Hidden cameras caught employees with the LA Homeless Services Authority throwing cases of taxpayer-funded food right into the dumpster. Food that's supposed to go to the homeless, now going in the trash. You can see it here just come pouring out of the box. and not just once or twice. It's a sandwich, an apple, and water. But despite the tens of thousands of homeless going hungry on the streets of LA, no one got to eat this food. Jay Handel chairs the homeless committee for the LA Neighborhood Councils.
This is an absolute disgrace. It's a theft of taxpayer dollars.
For months, we watched LASA employees picking up cases of food to give out to those less fortunate. These are outreach workers. They're supposed to spend their days interacting with the thousands of homeless in LA. The aim, according to LASA administrators, is for them to use the food as an opportunity to build trust in the hopes of convincing them to accept government services and housing and get them off your streets.
Guys, check this out. It doesn't look like a problem, just a fresh paint job. Well, what if you didn't ask for this and the painter still said you had to pay up? That's what's going on here. Linden Street in Mentor-on-the-Lake got a fresh coat of paint this week.
If you just look up and down, there's numbers painted on just about every household here.
Thing is, nobody asked for it, but most people paid. Tom Horvath is one of the few who didn't.
I don't pay for anything I didn't request. I didn't give him any money.
He told me he's lived here for more than 40 years, and he's not having that.
Well, as you get older, you feel less uncomfortable saying no.
But Tom didn't realize the numbers painted in front of his house are part of a scam.
And they didn't have any permission from the city.
Oh, they did not? Well, then they lied about that.
It could be watercolors, it could wash off in a week, I don't know.
Police Chief John Gielick told me this happens everywhere, and the painters may claim to have city permission, but they don't, and they certainly don't work for the city.
Also threatened to pull it all up, which I said to them, go ahead, pull it up. We're not paying for it anyways.
Tracy Becker is examining the subpar paving job outside her Port Alberni business. New asphalt she didn't even want when a crew came knocking on her door nearly 2 weeks ago.
He came walking in and he said that he had some asphalt.
The asphalt was left over from a previous job and that his workers were already paid by that contract. He quoted a price of $9 a square foot at 4 inches thick. When they were about 3/4 finished the job, the man came to Tracy with the price.
Tilly told me it was going to be $28,000.
She says the price included another pad by the road, but it was far more than the smaller 4-inch thick pad that was supposed to be just outside the shop. She says she had signed a paper that they said was for insurance of some kind, which she highlighted herself on the form.
They threatened to put a lien on our business and take us to court.
So she phoned 911.
I told them that we've got some guys here, they're trying to scam me. And so I went off on that. And as I did that, they took off.
Disabled University Heights woman is fighting City Hall and losing.
It's all because of how she fixed her yard to help her get around.
Disabled retiree Carol Waddell paid a contractor $1,500 to remove the grass in front of her University Heights home and replace it with concrete so she could park her car there. He told her he'd pulled a permit back when the work was done 7 years ago. She thought all was well until this came in the mail, a citation from San Diego Code Enforcement.
How it came, just like this. Immediately ceased parking into front yard.
Not only that, in red ink, highlighted in neon green,
Failure to comply will result in fines and fees.
Waddell lives on Social Security. She says she can't afford to pay a contractor to tear up the concrete or pay for a building permit to do the work. She's already been hit with a $500 fine.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Code enforcement said the sidewalk isn't their department and that there's not much they can do for Waddell, who admits she should have made sure her contractor had the proper permit. She hopes others will learn from her predicament.
Watch carefully. A massive bulldozer trudges along a dirt road that has become rugged and uneven from lack of use. The vehicle is needed to navigate through the forest for work, but the poor condition of the road necessitates the use of this large bulldozer. The bulldozer's blade is so large it covers the entire width of the road. Under the driver's skilled control, mounds of dirt on the road are quickly leveled. Although the blade collects a lot of soil, the excess is efficiently pushed into depressions, ensuring no waste. As the bulldozer operator continues, the road gradually becomes smooth, and progress is swift. Once repaired, this road will buzz with activity as many workers will use it to access mountainous work sites and transport a bounty of products from the mountains. This bulldozer operator is a trailblazer, and it's hoped that he can successfully complete the job, fully restoring the road. This will facilitate farmers' access to the mountains to harvest and sell their produce, reaping the rewards of a year's labor. Let's give a round of applause for the bulldozer operator's efforts.
Something smells in New Orleans' iconic French Quarter. People can't seem to get enough of it. A fresh, and dare I say freshly squeezed departure from what streets like Bourbon were previously known for.
Beer, urine. It was stinking, bro.
And that's where lemons come in. This story is all about making lemonade. Sort of. It's the scent that for months has been permeating the air and bringing a new zest to the famous neighborhood, courtesy of large tankers and pressure washers literally delivering a lemon fresh scent to streets and sidewalks. Do you like that lemon fresh scent?
I do. It's better than pee.
The brains behind these lemon-scented lanes is Sidney Torres and his company, IV Waste.
Every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, we're spraying in the French Quarter, cleaning it, and making sure that it's kept clean.
Torres says his patented super fresh scent is more than just about smell. It disinfects too.
If we couldn't go with a strawberry, we're in the South, we had to use lemon, so we went with lemon. And it smells good, it's fresh, and it's clean.
There's nothing like a lemon fresh scent.
But it could be short-lived. The city is now in debate whether to keep Torres' company around.
Video shows the driver gets out of the truck, unlocks the lid, and looks inside. Next, you see the driver pulling items out, leaving them hanging over the side of the bin, which makes it appear overflowing. The driver gets back into the truck and dumps the garbage in.
We saw the video. That makes your jaw drop a little bit when you know that they're scamming you. They're trying to rip you off.
Wallen called the company and told them about the video.
One of the individuals there told me that it's common practice. All they were doing was just rearranging the load so it dumps better. And that just doesn't even make sense.
He may not be the only one this has happened to. Wallen says he's lucky he caught the incident on camera. Otherwise, he might have simply had to pay up. The fee for pickup was supposed to be around $60. But when he received the bill from Waste Management for the first load on March 26th, it was hundreds of dollars more than he expected. His bill included this photo, taken from the truck, showing garbage sticking up.
Says this is the latest hazard neighbors are finding.
We don't understand why.
When Dennis Sackett brought his car in for a tune-up, he learned a small silver nail was stuck in his tire.
It was right back here. And
Sackett says he didn't think much of it, chalking it up to bad luck, and replaced the tire.
I didn't even think about the nails at that time. But then a few months later, I ended up getting a nail in the back tire on the other side.
It was around that time neighbors started talking, saying they were finding roofing nails like these scattered in the streets.
It isn't accidental. It's somebody's doing it on purpose.
People started finding the small silver nails in October. A few weeks later, someone started covering the nails in electrical tape. Etta Smith has 2 boxes full of nails. Some are silver, the others are painted black, making them tough to spot in the street. She picks them up during her walks through the neighborhood.
Some days we'll pick up 20 nails, 25 nails, and other days, maybe 4 or 5.
Now he's asking neighbors to turn their home security cameras to face the street, hoping to catch who's ever throwing these nails.
Driving without a license will soon be completely legal in the United States. Starting January 1st, 2026, this new policy will take effect as part of the Road Access Act, recently passed to reduce pressure on the justice system. Under the new law, individuals caught driving without a valid driver's license will no longer face criminal charges. Instead, they'll receive a civil fine, similar to a parking ticket. The Department of Transportation says the goal is to prevent overcrowded courts and jails from being clogged with nonviolent offenses. Supporters argue it's a necessary reform that will help low-income Americans who struggle to access licensing services. But critics, including several state police unions, warn this could seriously compromise road safety. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has already expressed concern about how officers will determine whether someone is trained to drive. Some states are even removing insurance obligations for drivers without a license under specific conditions, which could leave accident victims without protection. The law is already confirmed in 5 states and being considered in over a dozen others. For many, it's a question of freedom versus responsibility.
How did you feel when you found out roofers were doing your roof and you didn't ask them to?
I wanted to get home right away.
Son who called her to ask why she didn't mention they were getting a new roof. She says she rushed home to see a work crew had removed almost all the shingles from her home. The roofers had the wrong address and were supposed to be doing a roofing job 3 doors away. Campbell says there were roofing materials everywhere.
They didn't just remove the shingles, they left the mess everywhere. Sides of the house, backyard, debris, everything.
When Campbell contacted the roofing company, they admitted they made a mistake and had the wrong house. She thought they would replace her roof, and she was shocked when they said no.
Campbell called the police, her insurance company, and another roofing contractor who put down an emergency wrap on her house to protect the roof until it can be completed. The company that took off her roof by mistake is 5 Stars Roofing of Markham. We want to be responsible for what we did. We will do her roof for free. If she wants us to do it, we can schedule it.
Hespeler homeowner came home to a surprise Saturday morning. She says crews were working on paving her driveway without her consent.
Cammie Corrigan has lived in this Hespeler home all her life.
Our driveway was a gravel driveway, country and rustic. Not the prettiest, but it was ours.
Now paved over. She says work to her driveway was done without permission.
This is not supposed to be done.
Corrigan says a man knocked on her door Friday night, offering a discounted rate to pave her driveway.
We talked about the reasons why we did not want to have it done. He talked about the reasons why we should have it done. And
Corrigan says she declined.
At the end of our conversation with, I'll call you next week when we're ready to do this. And my words to him were, we will call you if we decide to do this.
Then Saturday morning, Corrigan says she came home to a crew that was more than halfway done paving her driveway.
Without our consent, without our want, without an agreement, without a contract. And it was very disturbing for us.
It's been a chaotic year for Amy Ford and her family. Ford says 2 years ago, the Community Association for Foxwood at Trinity told homeowners they couldn't park their cars in the street without a permit. She and her husband put thousands of dollars aside to expand their driveway.
We do have a lot of kids, and 5 of them are teens, so we knew they were going to be driving eventually.
After hiring a contractor and getting the plans approved by the HOA Modifications Committee, which they drew up based on another house down the street, the driveway was installed. Nearly a year later, she was told the driveway didn't meet HOA standards. Ford says the news couldn't have come at a worse time. Her mom was dying.
She passed away on Easter Eve at 10:30 p.m. and then at 4 o'clock that next morning, my brother called me from Indiana from my father's side and told me my dad had died from a heart attack that morning. So in 3 hours, I lost both of my parents. So this literally was not number one on my priority list.
The battle continued on, the HOA even attempting to take her to court over the issue. Then, as we got involved today, the HOA tells us they had already decided to drop the issue entirely.
They're back. Fox 4's warned you about a band of scoundrels who've been accused of scamming dozens of people. They offer to asphalt your driveway for a price that balloons as soon as the work begins.
He came in the front door and he said, my boss has an extra load of asphalt left over.
Laura Lynn Snow was about to say no thanks when the man told her the price, $2,600. But 10 minutes later, he's back inside her office with every move captured on their cameras.
He comes in here and tells me that it was going to be $10,000.
And this is the guy they did business with, Jerry Allen Sawyer. He's been selling asphalt and collecting victims for years. She said he told her it wouldn't cost her more than $80.
I about dropped dead when he said $10,000.
And if you refuse to pay, like Jerry Oliphant did,
they threatened to sue me, they threatened to put a lien on my house.
You can see from this video, they even surrounded him. He eventually relented and gave them $9,000, 3 times what he was told the price would be.
Workers intentionally pushed this huge pile of asphalt up against the front doors of a Moore gas station, trapping the owners inside.
We couldn't do anything.
Something that seemed too good to be true was. Lisa Huang owns OK Stop in Moore, and she says on Tuesday afternoon, Done Right Paving came by, saying they had extra asphalt and could pave their parking lot at a low price.
We need to know in advance how much is the cost. And he say he just have a little leftover asphalt, and it wouldn't cost much to us. 30 minutes later, they finished overlaying the parking lot. And he told me now it's $12,000 for the installation cost.
Once they refused to pay, that is when Huang says things became hostile.
When he realized we won't pay, he rushed out the door, used equipment scraping the whole parking lot back, and put a big chunk of asphalt against the front door, trapping our family inside the business. And we were so scared.
A woman filled a storm pipe with concrete. Now the street floods every time it rains. She says the pipe was installed on her property without her permission.
People living in the Shadow Bay neighborhood of Longwood say this is the third time the streets have flooded like this in just the past few weeks.
I filled in the 2 manholes and that broken pipe because I didn't want any more erosion on my property.
In March, Diane Goglis sent her neighbors this letter saying she believed a drain pipe was installed on her property without her permission. She asks for compensation for water moving across her property, saying, quote, "I advise you of this because once I close that pipe off, you'll have a drain problem that will back up on the road and on your property." In April, she sealed off the pipe. In June, neighbors started feeling the effects.
Now it rains and it sits there. The water sits there. It does not drain.
Seminole County just sent Goglis a notice of code violation saying she has to remove the concrete and repair the existing stormwater pipe and drainage fixtures. Goglis said over the phone today she hasn't received that notice, but she has until July 22nd to comply. If she doesn't, she could face fines of up to $300.
He stole electricity for 3 straight years, but when he got caught, he sued the landlord. In Austin, Texas, a landlord named David Chen noticed something strange. His rental property, which had been vacant for over 3 years, was still generating monthly electric bills. At first, he blamed it on old wiring, but when he returned to the apartment to prepare for new tenants, an electrician discovered a cable running directly through the wall and into the neighbor's unit. The neighbor, Tyler Grant, had been secretly siphoning electricity from the empty unit for 3 years, charging his electric car, running air conditioning, even powering a home studio. David cut off the power and filed a police report. Tyler admitted to the theft, but 1 week later, David was hit again. Tyler sued him. He claimed the landlord had voluntarily provided power and that cutting it off caused him emotional harm. He demanded $35,000 in damages. The local court agreed to hear the case. Police did nothing, and the utility company said this is a private dispute. So now the man who stole electricity for 36 months is officially considered the victim. And the landlord is facing thousands of dollars in legal fees for shutting off power to his own building.
Wilson keeps a watchful eye on how much energy he uses.
Every day that I go to work, I turn these breakers off.
Especially in recent months, with a high bill, he's tried hard to keep his usage low.
I plug it into the wall.
Even buying this device to tell him how many watts his appliances give off.
$14.95.
So he can track his energy daily, down to the exact number.
Even after I turned off my breakers, I kept going outside to check my meter to see if it was still running, and it was still running. And I couldn't believe it.
He started taking a closer look at his bill.
When I was seeing these spikes with my breakers off, then I said, I'm not looking at my meter. This is somebody else's meter.
Wilson called PG&E last week. They sent someone out and the light bulb clicked.
This is the wrong one.
Wilson has been paying for Unit 90, not his Unit 91, possibly for up to 18 years. He thinks since he lives alone, his bill should be lower than any other unit.
A man fed up with power outages says he decided to invest in a generator for his whole house, only to face sticker shock from the power company.
Massive storms wreaking havoc on Metro Detroit, causing power outages that last for days. Callis says after the last power outage at his Milford home, he and his wife finally decided to invest in a whole house generator. Callis says he was shocked to learn that on top of having to pay for an already expensive generator, DTE planned to charge him a lot to upgrade his gas meter.
There's no problem with the meter, it just won't flow to the level that they need.
Up until April, DTE charged customers needing a gas meter upgrade for generators a flat fee of $485. But now they're billing customers for both labor and materials.
I just yesterday paid $2,232 to upgrade my meter. I think this is a flat-out money grab.
So how many panels do you have up there?
27.
Scott Weinstein says the solar panels he installed on his Winter Garden home give him the power to sell some of the electricity he generates back to Duke Energy. That has dropped his monthly electric bill from $127 to $23. So when he opened his Duke Energy bill and saw he had an added charge of $17.
My neighbor called me and said, "Did you see this charge?"
Bill Hackett also has solar on his home and sells some of his power back, making his monthly bill around $12 a month. In January, his bill was also adjusted to $30.
What did you think when you saw that charge? I didn't think. I got mad. I'm like, why?
We asked Duke Energy why. They said this minimum bill of $30 helps make sure that everybody is paying for the upkeep of the electrical grid, which they say everybody is still using. Senate Bill 1024 and House Bill 741 would end what is called net metering and prevent solar customers from selling their excess power back to utility companies at retail prices. That could mean higher bills.
Camera repeatedly caught Tampa Solid Waste Truck 1277 parked with its engine running. GPS records show it was in the same spot 93 minutes that day.
See plenty of garbage around that he could be picking up right now.
On another afternoon, GPS reports indicate truck 1277 was in the same spot for 2 hours 25 minutes before it headed back to the yard. The employees in the truck make about $20 an hour. Mark Wilfalk is director of Tampa Solid Waste Department. He oversees 200 employees who collect garbage and recycling from 79,000 homes and businesses.
We have discovered some of that behavior probably maybe about a year ago or so.
But even though every truck is equipped with GPS tracking, managers didn't know this crew was sitting around until we asked for the records. We followed solid waste trucks for weeks and found them riding all over the city during early afternoon hours, burning up fuel you paid for. Sometimes employees stopped for meals or snacks. Other times they hung out with colleagues. But rarely did we see trucks picking up garbage during the afternoon.
15 gallons of water a day. That's about 450 gallons or about $30-something a month. Until this past July.
$2,017.55.
His meter reading showed he used 111,000 gallons.
I was shocked, to say the least.
But Ditmar paid it and applied for an unusually large bill adjustment. The city has 90 days to review and approve or deny those requests. But the very next month, Ditmar's bill showed he used another 14,000 gallons. The next month, the city says he used another 10,000. That got Ditmar moving.
And I knew I hadn't used that much water, and so I went out and checked the meter myself.
See for yourself. On October 28th, when we checked the meter with Ditmar, it read 806,930. But the city billed him based on an estimated meter reading of 807,000 all the way back on September 1st. And the bills kept coming.
Personally, I think the water department has financial problems.
Learning that his neighbor's water and gas lines are running under his property.
You see the corner of that house right there? That's where my property line.
Petty filed a lawsuit against the city of Atlanta. He claims the city allowed the encroachment, stripping his property of its full value.
I won't sell it right now like this.
He says he discovered the issue after his neighbor's water line broke. Petty then hired a land surveyor and found the utility lines were running directly through his yard.
It was on my property.
Atlanta Gaslight workers confirmed the neighbor's gas lines were on his property.
It is on your property.
Days later, Atlanta Watershed confirmed the same.
Yeah, they way over here on my side.
I don't understand why they came out, went this way.
It was all illegal.
Petty says the misplaced lines have even blocked basic improvements like fencing.
I wanted to get a fence. The fence company said, you can't. Because where your fence would go, that's where their house is.
The city filed a motion to dismiss the case, arguing sovereign immunity. That motion was denied.
I don't really believe they know the structure doesn't even supposed to exist.
That's video of Oakland Department of Transportation crews tearing up homemade speed bumps at East 21st Street and 19th Avenue this week. Neighbors installed them out of desperation 8 months ago after claiming they pled with the city for 4 years to address dangerous sideshows in the area, and nothing was done.
We paid for that piece without labor and money,
and then the city overnight took it away without excuse and without notice.
Michael Andamescal and his neighbors spent $3,000 installing the speed bumps. It's a DIY project, Andamescal says the city's DOT director verbally approved last year.
He said they were going to be replaced in 8 years when the street is repaved.
The city told the group they were removed because they created a hazard. A day later, Andamescal says the sideshows return. Councilmember Charlene Wong took over representing the district the day after the removal. The new council member is frustrated residents and her staff weren't warned before the city scrapped the bumps. The city claims they're looking into the issue, but were unable to immediately comment on the removal or how they plan to address street safety in the area.
Janet Cleveland never imagined she'd have to go this far.
You can't get, see, it just keeps turning. You can't get to it.
Padlocking the spigot outside the apartment complex she manages.
I was shocked that someone would actually sneak in, steal your water.
I learned she and her renters have caught people in the act 3 times over the last few weeks, filling up 5-gallon jugs. Now locked, they can't do it anymore, but that means her tenants can't use the spigot either. She tells me at least once the thief left and walked right across the street, where she says squatters are occupying this home. I went to find out what they knew. They didn't want to talk, claimed they didn't live there.
Who does live here? Do you know the owner?
Don't disrespect my space.
Neighbors say the homeowner is trying to get the people kicked off the property. Utilities have been cut off to the home, thus the need for water.
We're not even allowed to run the sprinklers because of the cost of water. Why should someone else get our water for free?
That's when residents of the Islington Towers have to remove their window air conditioning units. Fearing eviction, few agreed to go on camera.
After spending all day in the heat, the last thing I want to do is come to my own house, my home, and then boil in here as well.
In a memo to tenants, building manager Metcalf Living says, quote, "We regret that we cannot allow this type of equipment."
I don't think there's anyone that works for Metcalf that goes home at night that doesn't have air conditioning. And why would they take that away from us?
We're concerned because air conditioners are falling out of windows that aren't properly installed, and we're concerned because the electrical system can't handle it, and it's overloading the electrical system and blowing main fuses and could cause a fire.
But he was also quick to point out exemptions to the window AC ban that he says should be understood by all, such as the elderly or those who need AC for medical reasons can keep them.
Never ever mentioned. It's not in the memo, and that's just something that came up when you spoke to them. I think it's damage control. I have congestive heart failure, I'm diabetic, and now I have the lines in for the dialysis, and I can't take the heat.
We're back at the house that's watching you. Today we're looking at air ducts, those vents that over time can get dirty and even contain nasty bacteria and mold. This guy works for a company offering an $88 special. He lugged a big vacuum inside and started cleaning.
He's not going the full length of the duct.
Exactly. He is working hard, but it's very substandard work.
And for $50 more, he said he'd clean the big ducts in the attic. He brought up the vacuum, but our cameras showed he never cleaned any of them. He seemed to be laying down on the job.
He's going to fall asleep soon.
But he wasn't sleeping. Our hidden cameras caught him looking at a provocative picture of a woman on his cell phone.
Did you do a thorough job today?
Yes, I did.
Are you sure?
Yes.
So we went up to the attic with him, where he finally admitted he never cleaned those big ducts that we paid extra for.
When Colleen Hernandez discovered a crack in her windshield nearly a year ago, she filed a claim with her insurance company, Farmers, and says a technician came to her work parking lot to replace the glass. She tells me she understood that the tech worked for a well-known glass company that partnered with her insurance company. 7 months later, the phone rang, and Colleen says a woman claimed to be with that glass company and said the windshield had been recalled.
She said that she would give me a gift card for the inconvenience and that this would be completely free.
When she complained that the windshield made noise when she drove, they came back to fix it. When she shopped around, she says she learned stunning news.
And the representative comes back on the phone and says, "Do you know that you have 3 very large comprehensive claims?"
She soon discovered there was a claim for each time a tech worked on her Honda CR-V. $2,728 in February, $5,297 in September, and then $6,367 weeks later. Grand total, $14,393.
This is the only part of my fence you can see from the street.
The color of this gate, according to the Young Ranch Architectural Control Committee, is a violation. Margie says she received the notice more than a year after staining her fence with Behr Premium Transparent Waterproofing Wood Finish, the same product she shared with her neighbor across the street. Margie says the HOA approved the neighbor's use of it, but her application was denied. We took a drive around the neighborhood and found fence after fence that appear to be stained with the same protective coating. But Margie couldn't get an answer as to why hers is not allowed.
How do they approve one but not approve another when it's the exact same materials?
Houston attorney David Kahn specializes in homeowners' property rights and says while the HOA can send violation notices and even levy fines against Margie, they wouldn't likely hold up in court. But he says court really shouldn't be necessary.
They shouldn't have to go to the Consumer Reporter and get on TV to be treated fairly, and they shouldn't have to hire a lawyer.
We filled the house with hidden cameras. We put plumbers to the test.
There is an issue with my hot water heater.
This thing is cracked. Oh, it's broken for sure. It's cracked for sure.
And the price for a new water heater?
Somewhere around like $1,500.
Let me show you something. See this wrench? All you have to do is tighten it up using this wrench, and the water stops. Isn't that what you should have done to begin with?
I mean, I really didn't want to fidget with anything. I mean, like, come on.
Our expert says that's a lame excuse and believes
His goal today was to sell a hot water heater, and that's unfortunate.
this plumber was also quick to hand out bad news.
You need a new water heater.
You could tell already?
Yeah.
And it definitely has to get replaced.
Definitely, 100%.
Back in our control room on hidden camera, we watch him appear to fix the leak.
So it's definitely broken.
100%.
Total cost?
Somewhere like $1,700 altogether.
Time to tell him this house has been watching him all along.
I'd like to know why you tried to sell me a hot water heater that I don't need.
This is broken right here.
That's not broken, that was loosened.
Somebody in this house has been stealing electricity.
But White says she doesn't know who tampered with the meter.
In fact, they've been without power for a week. Florida Power and Light cut their electricity, claiming that they've been stealing power. The family says that's not true.
When this Florida Power and Light worker dropped by,
FPL sent me to inspect a new meter real quick.
White says the worker shut off her power and left, leaving this note saying illegal tampering with FPL's equipment has occurred at your location, and the tampering has caused the meter to improperly underregister the electricity.
We paid May, June, July. Here's August. I get a bill, and it says your bill is ready to be viewed, in the amount of $245.92.
They say they're not able to come up with the $12,000, especially when they say they didn't do anything. We contacted Florida Power and Light, but they did tell us customers are responsible for ensuring their meters are not tampered with. If tampering is detected, we may backbill a customer.
I wanted to commit suicide at one time because it's just too much. I didn't think that my grandson would do that to me. I never dreamed that I would leave this house, ever.
88-year-old Hank and 87-year-old Helen Kawakis say they're about to be evicted from their longtime California home after their grandson sold it without their knowledge. They only found out when their neighbors saw the for sale listing.
And they said, "Your house is for sale." And I said, "No, it's not."
The couple believes that their grandson would arrange for them to be out of their home so real estate agents could show it to potential buyers. A neighbor learned that their finances were in worse shape than imagined.
He signed the deed to their grandson 2 years ago. He took out 2 loans on it for $425,000. He later refinanced those with another third, and he just defaulted on everything.
The couple says that they thought they were signing paperwork to take out a loan, but it was actually the deed to their home.
A New York woman traveled all the way to Arkansas, and the journey paid off when she found a 2.3-carat diamond in a state park. Michelle Fox says she had the time to go on the hunt for a stone in July, a hunt she had been thinking about for the past 2 years.
But I thought that would be a really nice, really nice, unique, symbolic process to try to find my own diamond rather than go through the traditional routes. And my partner was very supportive of it, but it's obviously, I didn't really know what it would take to do that.
She set out on a 3-week journey at Crater of Diamonds State Park, hoping to unearth a unique gem. When she came across this stone, she wasn't sure if it was anything at all. But when park officials confirmed it was a real diamond, she says she was overjoyed. Not only would she and her partner be saving money on an engagement ring, but she learned valuable lessons.
Dr. Madison and Jackie Sample will tell you they had problems right out of the gate.
Getting ready to pour concrete, we get an immediate stop work order from the Falling Water Homeowners Association saying that they never gave permission.
That was in 2018. The confused Samples say their drawings and other ducks were all in a row, so they sued the Homeowners Association for interfering with their creation. One fight after another, delaying a dream home turned
an ongoing nightmare.
This fence is a big sticking point. The village slapped the Samples with a stop work order in September for not having one.
We just want the same treatment that everybody else gets.
The Samples point to this sign as an example of gate security not letting contractors in. The couple claims fence builders that would have satisfied the village's order weren't even allowed in.
I'm not going to ask permission to have visitors.
Gate security called police on the lot owners more than once.
He gets to the gate, he's called a thug and told we just can't let any thugs in here. It's very degrading. It's embarrassing.
It is the largest cash seizure in Miami-Dade police history. Over $24 million found inside the Miami Lakes home of Luis Gonzalez Hernandez. Police raided that home Tuesday and says the cash was behind this wall in the attic, packed in orange Home Depot buckets, $150 grand in each bucket. A loaded Tech-9 firearm was also taken from the home. Could never think in a million years that this beautiful home here on the corner of Northwest 77th Path and 169 Terrace. The investigation by the DEA. 32-year-old Selma Hernandez, his sister, an employee at the business, was also arrested. He is facing a host of state charges, including money laundering and possession of a firearm while committing a felony. On Tuesday, police and agents raided the Blossom Experience.
Owners are sounding the alarm tonight in fear that they could lose their homes because of an unexpected debt owed to the roofing company they hired, Jacksonville-based Florida Roof Specialists.
Like, there's nights I'm sitting up and I can't even sleep because I don't know what's going to happen. And I don't have the funds to go and just get a lawyer and try to fight them.
The Florida Attorney General's office tells me they have 128 complaints and an active consumer protection investigation into the company. The Better Business Bureau rates the company a D+ and lists 2 alerts, citing, quote, a pattern of complaints about homeowners owing significantly more money than their insurance companies paid. Shanklin says a salesman from Florida Roof Specialists knocked on her door a couple of years ago and said they noticed she had missing shingles and needed a new roof. Their selling point, she would only have to pay her deductible and her insurance company would take care of the rest.
That's all you'll have to pay. You'll have a year to pay that. If you don't pay that, then they'll put a lien on your house.
Check this out. It doesn't look like a problem, just a fresh paint job. Well, what if you didn't ask for this and the painter still said you had to pay up? That's what's going on here. Linden Street in Mentor-on-the-Lake got a fresh coat of paint this week.
If you just look up and down, there's numbers painted on just about every household here.
Thing is, nobody asked for it, but most people paid. Tom Horvath is one of the few who didn't.
I don't pay for anything I didn't request. I didn't give him any money.
He told me he's lived here for more than 40 years, and he's not having that.
As you get older, you feel less uncomfortable saying no.
But Tom didn't realize the numbers painted in front of his house are part of a scam.
And they didn't have any permission from the city.
Oh, they did not? Well, then they lied about that.
It could be watercolors. It could wash off in a week. I don't know.
Police Chief John Gielick told me this happens everywhere, and the painters may claim to have city permission, but they don't, and they certainly don't work for the city.
After a worker was buried under hot asphalt.
The incident took place at AJ Materials in the 1000 block of East McDowell Road. He was a private contractor who came to AJ Materials with a truck to pick up asphalt. The Jackson Police Department says Sheriff was trying to fix a hydraulic line under his dump truck.
As he tried to fix the vehicle or mitigate the issue with the vehicle actually unloaded all of this hot asphalt onto him.
Sheriff's family told Wade that Sheriff was a good man, just trying to make a living. Some people on scene told Wade that the man tried to fight for his life.
You could just think of the amount of damage that was done to him with a load of asphalt, burning hot asphalt coming down upon his body. They said he tried to fight to, make it through those injuries, but they were just too enormous for him to survive.
Wade called it very horrific and traumatizing. He's asking you to keep Sheriff's family in your thoughts and prayers.
The mandate from the Homeowners Association says residents must keep their garage doors open. Failure to comply can result in a $200 fine. Auburn Green's resident Fred Waitlow cleans out his garage.
And I got to remove all this stuff. This is personal belongings, pictures.
But it's not something he wants to do.
If we have to have this open from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, anybody can help themselves and steal your blind. And they do it in this Auburn Greens complex.
This is not safe.
Shally Ia keeps her garage door closed, fearing what might happen if it's left open all day.
This will just be an open door policy and saying, welcome, take what you want.
A member of the board who did not want to speak on camera said the policy was enacted because of a resident who was allowing people to sleep in his or her garage.
I think they could have gone around this in a better, logical way, for example, maybe a monthly inspection.
The on-site manager closed its window and posted this sign as we pulled into the parking lot and didn't return our phone call. Until it is, Shally and others plan to keep their garage doors closed.
68-year-old Bonnie Barron says she hired Hot Top Paving to pave her driveway. Barron says Brian Currylow, Hot Top's owner, knocked on her door and offered to do the job at half the cost of his normal rate. The registered paving company had extra material from a nearby job. Days later, Barron would have a driveway paved only in sections, not even finished, and Currylow would have 4 checks written to him personally, added together more than $21,000.
Should be arrested or do something with them.
We asked 2 local contractors to take a look at the driveway and give us their estimate.
I've never seen anyone that starts at the front and works their way to the back of the driveway.
Is that what he did?
That's brand new. That's a new one on me. I've never seen that.
For Barron's 100-foot driveway, contractors gave estimates between $3,000 and $4,500. Hot Top Paving charged 7 times that amount. Barron's daughter flew in from Florida when she got wind of what was happening. The Meriden police came too, taking a fraud report against Hot Top Paving. The contract reads 2 inches of new driveway. By our measurements, not even half an inch.
The price is the most maddening thing.
And she isn't the only one.
It's just not right to me. How can people just do that to other people?
The meter's fully engulfed in flames when I came in.
Well, luckily, Kevin got home just in time and was able to put out the fire. This is all that remains of the box now. And this right here is the meter that was attached that he thinks may have caused the fire.
So everything that I have inside the house out until this point is working fine. There was nothing other than where the meter is.
His concerns come from the recall of more than 5,000 smart meters in Ontario in 2015 by the Electrical Safety Authority after several fires in Saskatchewan were thought to have been caused by a specific model of meter. But after making calls to have all of this repaired, what really shocked Kevin was the bill associated with this. $5,000, all his responsibility.
I was under the understanding that because we're a Hydro One customer, that anything that has to do with electrical, other than the panel inside, is responsible for. They're responsible for it, not us.
This is not what you want to see just before your plane takes off. Mechanics are working on the wing, and this passenger can't quite believe what she's seeing.
I'm sorry, are we about to take off? There's a part of the plane missing.
I realized, wait a minute. They just drove away with it. They're not putting it back on.
26-year-old Taylor Hilton expressed her concern to a flight attendant.
I mean, part of the plane is not attached. They drove away with it.
Were you sort of like, hey, wait, I want to get off this plane right now?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and you could kind of see the look of concern on other people's faces as well.
She says it happened on an American Airlines flight from Dallas to John Wayne Airport in California.
I kind of looked at the guy sitting next to me and I was like, did you see that? He was like, yeah, is it not back on yet? I said, no, I think we're taking off.
Taylor says a flight attendant was also concerned. He took the phone and showed the video to the pilot. She says the pilot came on the intercom and informed everyone that some screws were loose and the dismantled part is for aerodynamic purposes and not required to fly safely.
3 years after buying this property, the Henrys received a letter from their homeowners association
saying that they were doing an audit and they noticed that I had a shed in my backyard and it wasn't approved by my homeowners association.
Gavin, who is a disabled veteran, told the HOA the shed was there before he bought the property, and none of his neighbors have ever complained. That's when he was told it was now his responsibility to remove or change it or else.
Put a lien on my house, and this is the problem now.
But that was only the beginning of his problems.
Since you can't see this shed from the front yard and no one came knocking at the Henrys' front door, they asked their homeowners association how they were able to perform an audit. That's when they were told over the phone that Google Maps was used to scope out their backyard.
It's an invasion of our privacy for one.
The company that manages the HOA, Alliance Association Management, told us the board that did the Google Earth search has since been changed. Gavin received this email on Thursday stating the shed would still need to go. When we contacted Alliance, we were told a different story in a statement saying, quote, the current board is and has been actively working with the homeowner and offered to vote to grandfather in the metal shed at the next board meeting if he submits an ACC application.
Story is getting a lot of people fired up online. A couple in Texas City being sued by their homeowners association. They could be on the hook for $100,000, all because of a few flower beds.
I like pretty flowers. I like my yard pretty.
We're being dealt with, let us say, unjustly.
So delicate. Cause a $100,000 problem. Dottie and Klaus Tadema live in this home in the Lago Mar neighborhood and planted new flower beds a little over a year ago. Instead, they got hit with a lawsuit seeking up to $100,000 in damages, claiming they deliberately disobeyed and ignored HOA rules. The couple paid the HOA $25 for an application to allow the home improvements. The HOA rejected that application in March. So the HOA filed this lawsuit about 6 months later. The HOA is fining them $3,000 for not fixing the violations. The Tademas wish they could speak with the HOA.
I don't want to be sued for this crazy amount of money. I can't afford to hit this stuff.
Not taken.
Donald Hutchison tells me he thought it was his lucky day when a paving company knocked on his door, said they had just finished a nearby job and could sell him their leftover asphalt. He says he was quoted around $700 for one truckload. And then this happened.
Well, when he came back, when they finished the job up, the guy brought a invoice in and said $12,360. And plus, people on his crew were bigger.
So he wrote out the check for more than $12 grand. Weeks later, his new driveway is sprouting grass. And here's why.
They just laid the asphalt, very thin layer, right over top of the grass?
Right over top of grass. See this right here?
So this is just, oh. Well, look at that. That just is completely separated.
Donald was given this generic receipt with no company information. When he calls the number now, no one answers. If this sounds familiar, it should. I've been highlighting the shoddy work of traveling paving companies for years. Some workers have ended up in jail. Nevertheless, the same scheme is reported year after year. Here's what I've learned. If grass isn't dug out and proper base isn't poured, if the asphalt is not thick enough, it will crumble.
Thanks to a mechanic who showed us that you don't always get the oil that you pay for. Terry Withrow used to work here at this oil shop called True Balance in Round Rock for 4 months. He says he took this picture of the high-priced Mobil 1 synthetic oil jugs that you see when you walk into the shop. But what customers don't see is this picture. He says it shows a True Balance employee filling those same jugs with cheap, regular oil. So we sent our producer in undercover to get his car's oil changed.
We did the Mobil 1 530 synthetic for you, after tax $95.19.
After the oil change, it's time to pull a sample of the oil True Balance put in our test car. Off to the lab. At Alcor Petro Lab, Technicians run the sample through scientific tests that will tell us what kind of oil we got, showing the oil True Balance sold us. This isn't the only True Balance. It's a chain. As for the former True Balance mechanic who exposed all of this oil mess,
I feel really bad for the customer. I couldn't do it anymore. I had to quit.
She's the single mom with 2 kids, and that one-car garage, that's where she lives. You heard right. Nicole Jones and her children are forced to live in a garage right in the middle of one of America's wealthiest zip codes, Silicon Valley.
This is the garage.
Nicole, who's a bartender, pays $1,000 a month for the converted garage in San Mateo, California.
I know it's a garage, but this was nicer than everything that I had looked at. That was almost twice this price.
Nicole says she can no longer afford to live in the area, where the average rent tops $3,000 a month. Employees from companies like Apple and Google searching for housing have pushed rents into the stratosphere. Nicole's cramped garage home is only 250 square feet, but big enough to hold her bed in the Bay Area.
It breaks your heart because these people don't know you.
She says all the publicity has spooked her landlord. She's afraid he'll evict her, leaving her and her children homeless.
I can go to bed at night knowing that I tried.
Breaking news on TikTok, a user named Citra is building a 10-foot-tall animatronic killing machine. The robot is waterproof, fireproof, and bulletproof, described by viewers as a real-life Terminator. What shocks many is that Citra claims the project is just for fun. His page shows a garage stacked with blueprints, parts, and mechanical components with progress documented in detail. Users warn this is far more than an online stunt. If such a machine ever gained consciousness, the outcome could be catastrophic. Some compare it to an Avengers-level threat, while others say it feels like Five Nights at Freddy's crossed with Terminator. Even more alarming, Citra is collecting donations through Cash App and Venmo, raising fears about who is financing a project that could endanger the public. The case has fueled heated debate on social media. Critics question how such experiments face no oversight, while others joke it may be time to treat AI and robots more kindly before one of them decides to turn against us. Drop you comments.
Well, it's an unusual window to the world. A makeshift loft has popped up underneath an East Bay bridge.
As the people of Concord headed off to work this morning, there were others, literally beneath them, living in the shadows. A man named Tony lives under this bridge in a tent with a woman friend. Piles of trash have accumulated, but there is something unusual here. A tiny loft, complete with a window, has been built, almost like a bird's nest under the eaves.
I didn't even see him build it. It was just kind of there all of a sudden.
The occupants of the loft didn't want to go on camera today, but when pictures of the structure hit a local online news site and police got wind of it, everyone under the bridge got a 72-hour notice to leave. This afternoon, an outreach team from the county stopped by to offer help, but no one seemed interested, so they left. The director of Homeless Services says there's only so much they can do.
We offer shelter beds for them to come in, out from underneath the bridge, and get connected to services. They have options to go and to find other places to live, perhaps connect back to family.
Janet Cleveland never imagined she'd have to go this far.
You can't get, see, it just keeps turning. You can't get to it.
Padlocking the spigot outside the apartment complex she manages.
I was shocked that someone would actually sneak in, steal your water.
I learned she and her renters have caught people in the act 3 times over the last few weeks, filling up 5-gallon jugs. Now locked, they can't do it anymore, but that means her tenants can't use the spigot either. She tells me at least once the thief left and walked right across the street, where she says squatters are occupying this home. I went to find out what they knew. They didn't want to talk, claimed they didn't live there.
Who does live here? Do you know the owner?
Don't disrespect my space. Neighbors say the homeowner is trying to get the people kicked off the property. Utilities have been cut off to the home, thus the need for water.
We're not even allowed to run the sprinklers because of the cost of water. Why should someone else get our water for free?
This guy came in with an incredible deal. He would clean the air ducts in the whole house for $29. He looks around the house, even the attic. But instead of checking out the air duct system, he seems more interested in the stuff stored up there. Finally, he takes out his flashlight and peeks inside. Total time, a couple of seconds. Take another look. In the blink of an eye, he's done.
Dust is already inside the system.
Okay, is it dirty right now?
Yes, yes.
We knew it wasn't dirty. All totaled, he wants to charge us $700 to clean and sanitize the system. So much for that $29 special. I'm not actually the homeowner, and I'd like to know whether or not you were doing a bait and switch here.
It's a big difference, but that's what you have, ma'am. The blower motor needs to be cleaned because it's dirty.
Oh, I'd like to ask you how you know the blower needs to be cleaned.
Because I opened the system and checked it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You did not open the blower.
He offered to take us to the attic and show us the dirt, but then he does an about face, and he was out of here.
Says for the past few years, he's been getting letters complaining about the condition of his property, specifically this pet door on his garage, which he installed when the home was built back in the 90s.
When they filed the petition and filed it in court, they asked for $200 a day for every day that the violation existed. That pet door has been there 17 years. So in essence, they wanted $1.2 million.
Also, according to the complaint, the HOA says Moore doesn't bring in his trash cans fast enough, hasn't removed this PVC pipe above his front door, and has weeds and dry patches in his yard.
Granted, my yard is not going to make Better Homes and Garden.
Right.
But this is San Antonio. You know, I do the best I can.
So you can honestly say you have not violated the rules?
No, I haven't. But they continually want more and more attorney fees saying that I have.
Well, the question, I guess, is why not remove the pet door, remove the PVC pipe, and make them happy?
Well, I would do that, okay? But I'm not going to pay the $48,000 in attorney fees that they've racked up.
David Simmons' electric meter spins so fast, it'll make your head spin. Just compare it to his neighbors. And these are the same size houses built at the same time by the same builder.
I don't see how it can't be a meter issue. It just, and like I said, when you look at it, it just makes no sense to watch what it does.
This is how fast it's going with nothing on, pretty much?
With the basics on, yeah.
Lights.
Lights.
No heat, no washer dryer,
no heat,
no oven.
Anything presently.
All that spinning leads to some shocking electric bills. $900, $1,000, $1,200. These bills from just this summer. Yes, David has a pool, but he gets jolted with high bills from National Grid every month of the year.
The bill is greater than $700, $750 pretty much every single month. And
even in the winter.
Yes.
He says several electricians have been out to test his panel, look for errant wiring or any other energy hogs, but they've all come up short.
I think either somebody's messing with me or I have a bad meter.
We now have stockade fence.
63-year-old Elizabeth Hahn says she can't handle this view outside her home on Porter Avenue. A large wooden fence sits just inches from her property, blocking what she calls a vital walkway for her ill husband.
They can't get the gurney around the corner. Through the back, they can't get in because they're not going to find the entrance. We need the access because if he doesn't get his dialysis, he dies.
Hahn and her husband moved to Buffalo in 1999 and have owned this duplex ever since. She says she had a mutual agreement with her previous neighbor to use the walkway. But that changed in 2014 when a new homeowner moved in, who then put up this fence. We reached out to the neighbor several times, but so far haven't heard back.
It's very frustrating because we have begged, we have pleaded, we've tried various contracts, we've had lawyers involved.
A frustrating situation it may be.
Illegal dumping investigation lands a local woman behind bars, and all because a deputy was at the right place.
You can see this bright yellow sign right here. It says, "No dumping, we're watching." Loud dump trucks common along 56th Street, but the growing piles of asphalt out of place.
It's really hard to catch someone in the act of this, which makes this so unique.
But some good old-fashioned police work paying off. One deputy knew this truck was up to no good.
So he pulled over and he watched, and he noticed them doing the illegal dumping. He was able to catch them in the act.
The driver of the Marrero truck, a 22-year-old woman facing felony littering and trespassing on CSX property.
These people aren't dumping paper or cardboard. They're dumping used asphalt. And think about that. If that were to get onto the railroad tracks, to get onto a road of some kind, that could really be dangerous.
The sheriff's office tells me that the owner of the company says that he did not tell his driver to do this.
Neighbors have to look at this brightly painted fence every day, and they're frustrated that a woman decided on these neon colors.
This past summer, Donna installed a tall privacy fence on her lot along Trotter's Walk in Newton County. Turned out to be too tall. Complaints came in. The county told her to cut it down to size. She did. But over the Thanksgiving weekend, she painted it. Dick Hopkins lives 2 doors down. The neon colors are making him see red. But it's only on one side of the fence. On Donna's side, it's a bluish gray to match the trim on her home.
I don't know what her problem is, but she certainly doesn't have any respect for her other neighbors.
Donna says over the last couple of years, she hasn't seen eye to eye with a neighbor on the other side of the fence. She believed a little more privacy was best for everybody. But she says the county incorrectly told her a 6-foot fence was fine. As for the paint job, the county does not regulate the color of a resident's fence.
That paint is a 20-year warranty paint, so within 15 years, if it needs to be repainted, it'll be painted the same color.
Father says he spent more than $100 grand to restore a vintage truck.
But years after taking it in, the truck isn't even close to being finished.
2 years ago, Tim Hayes had an idea.
My son always likes truck. He's been a truck kid.
So he made his son, 14 years old at the time, a promise to restore a vintage truck and give it to him on his 16th birthday. The two got to work and found this 1967 Ford. They took it here to Classic Corner Iconic Cars in Oklahoma City to have it restored.
They told me that it would probably be done around July.
But long quickly turned to longer. Still now, almost 2 years later, with his son's 16th birthday just a couple weeks away, the truck is still nowhere near ready. To make things even more complicated, Tim says Jim with Classic Corner continued sending him invoices for work he claimed was happening on the truck. To date, Tim says he's paid Classic Corner more than $115,000 worth of invoices.
That's video of Oakland Department of Transportation crews tearing up homemade speed bumps at East 21st Street and 19th Avenue this week. Neighbors installed them out of desperation 8 months ago after claiming they pled with the city for 4 years to address dangerous sideshows in the area, and nothing was done.
We paid for that piece without labor and money. And then the city overnight took it away without excuse and without notice.
Michael Andamescal and his neighbors spent $3,000 installing the speed bumps. It's a DIY project, Andamescal says the city's DOT director verbally approved last year.
He said they were going to be replaced in 8 years when the street is repaved.
The city told the group they were removed because they created a hazard. A day later, Andamescal says the sideshows return. Councilmember Charlene Wong took over representing the district the day after the removal. The new council member is frustrated residents and her staff weren't warned before the city scrapped the bumps.
I have not gotten clarity from the director as to why that decision was made.
The city claims they're looking into the issue, but were unable to immediately comment on the removal or how they plan to address street safety in the area.
You believe this? At the airport, there's a job that pays up to $30,000 a month, and almost no one wants to do it. It's called the Airplane Lavatory Waste Technician. When you flush the toilet on a plane and hear that loud whoosh sound, you probably think everything just disappears, right? But have you ever wondered where all that waste actually goes? In reality, it's sucked through a powerful vacuum system and stored in a sealed black tank hidden in the belly of the plane. Don't worry, none of it leaks out. That tank is sealed tighter than a safe. But here's where it gets really intense. Once the plane lands, the real work begins. Ground crew members have to open a hatch under the aircraft, hook up a 1-foot wide hose, and flip a switch that pumps out every bit of waste from the entire flight straight into a sewage truck. Just imagine it, the waste from hundreds of passengers, all drained through a single hose. That smell? Even 3 layers of masks wouldn't save you. The job is dirty, exhausting, and downright disgusting, but the paycheck is insane. So here's the question. If someone offered you $30,000 a month, would you take on what might be the dirtiest job in the world? You might never have flown before, but you've got to know where your airplane bathroom waste goes. Here's the deal. Every plane has a built-in waste collection system. After you use the toilet, a vacuum sucks it down into the plane's holding tank. Don't worry, none of it ever floats around the cabin air. When the plane lands, Ground crews drive up in special blue trucks. They hook up hoses and safely pump out the waste. It's all sealed off so no one touches it and nothing spills. The waste is then sent for proper disposal. Sometimes right at the airport, sometimes to a local treatment plant. Who knows? Maybe some of it crosses borders along the way. Newer planes have even fancier systems like recirculating flushes or microbial treatment. Used water gets cleaned and reused for flushing, cutting down on water use. So next time you fly, don't worry about your business falling from the sky. It's safely escorted off the plane, along with you. Curious? Anyone know how trains handle human waste? Drop a comment and let's talk.
Tree trimming company removed 2 trees from an Overland Park woman's yard for a whopping $8 grand. Even the police were surprised.
They drove this lady to the bank so that they could remove that $8,000 and pay cash.
The company, Dill Day & Sons, out of Holden, Missouri, advertises business on its website from Overland Park to St. Louis, Missouri. They also promised to give seniors a 20% discount. Family members of the homeowner called Overland Park police when the crew showed up again recently to remove the tree stumps for an additional $1,000.
That further business in this case was to remove the 2 stumps that were apparently left the first time and not included in that original $8,000.
The company has an F rating with the Better Business Bureau. The owners did not return our repeated phone calls today.
Please give me a call when you receive this.
Experts predict with problems brought on by the emerald ash borer, which can kill trees, more homeowners will need to hire trimmers. The best advice? Do homework before hiring a company and take your time.
This homeowner found 40 downed trees on his property. Some of them were 150 years old.
This isn't because a storm came through, right?
No.
So what happened here?
It was a hurricane of chainsaws.
40-year-old Sammy Shinway came home from work and heard chainsaws in the woodsy backyard he owns behind his home in Kenilworth, New Jersey. He confronted the work crew.
They told me that they were hired to cut trees down.
Except the problem is, this is your property, right? There's no question about that.
Correct.
That's not all. Some of the trees left standing had their tops lopped off.
Those red cedar trees were topped off. They're eventually going to die.
So who would do such a thing? Well, court documents say it was a neighbor identified as Grant Haber. He lives in this beautiful home. His motive? Get this. Shinway says his neighbor just wanted a better view. From above, you can see the before and after. Haber is facing fines of $32,000, but that may be just the beginning of his troubles.
This was the Cybertruck that got polished, and they ended up calling the cops on it. As you guys know, Cybertrucks do not come polished. They just come with a regular steel look, just like that. And they ended up polishing the steel on this one, and it gave it that mirror-like finish, and a lot of people basically freaked out when they saw it going around. Because obviously it was just reflecting everything and causing some glare. So much to the point that you actually couldn't see it while it was going around. And essentially what ended up happening was, I mean, there's no problem with it, so they couldn't do anything about it, even though it was causing all this glare. Imagine you're minding your own business and that thing just comes up like a shiny orb out of nowhere.
This is actually what happens when you oil up Tobin's. He gets this shiny.
What?
Yeah, for real.
I mean, you can literally watch the process of them buffing and polishing it. It is a mirror. And then Greg commented or pointed this out. This is a 400R. Apparently they're super rare, but I don't know anything about them. Right, Gregory?
It is apparently super rare.
To me, I didn't even know. Right-hand drive, too.
He did to comply with an order from the city. City told him to get his boat out from public view. So he built a fence, only to have his neighbor, who's an artist, paint a photorealistic version of the boat on the fence. Now, pictures of the boat have gone viral online. The boat owner says the mural looks terrific.
Not a rule breaker, but I am like to make a political statement as necessary, and as well as a humorous statement and a creative statement. So I'm all in favor of generating discussion and making people smile. And the reaction is extremely more than we ever expected, and we're both just tickled about it. It's pretty cool.
I'm a big proponent for public art in spaces. I love creating public art in spaces, and I think it engages people in ways that reaching out and having conversations doesn't sometimes, or if you're not there, it just kind of inspires conversation.
The family took their car in to get an oil change, and 2 days later, the engine was destroyed with no oil inside.
Back in April, Travis took his Acura there for an oil change. 2 days later, though, the engine seized up driving down the freeway.
And it just sounded like somebody put a cinder block in a blender and just let it go. And that's when all the lights on the dashboard started flagging, hey, there's no oil, hey, cease function immediately.
Eventually, the Acura was towed to a repair center in Chandler, where they found the engine had completely frozen up.
So that engine is supposed to turn either one way or even the other. And it's just completely locked out.
Repair technicians say there's really only one way that happens, running the engine with no oil in it. Travis and his wife Ashley submitted a claim to Take 5, but they ran into an issue when Take 5 demanded to see video showing a mechanic reproducing the oil leak. Wait, what?
And they can't because the engine's seized, so it won't turn on, so they're not going to be pressurizing the engine in order to get any oil out.
How did you feel when you found out roofers were doing your roof and you didn't ask them to?
I wanted to get home right away.
Son who called her to ask why she didn't mention they were getting a new roof. She says she rushed home to see a work crew had removed almost all the shingles from her home. The roofers had the wrong address and were supposed to be doing a roofing job 3 doors away. Campbell says there were roofing materials everywhere.
They didn't just remove the shingles, they left the mess everywhere. Sides of the house, backyard, debris, everything.
When Campbell contacted the roofing company, they admitted they made a mistake and had the wrong house. She thought they would replace her roof, and she was shocked when they said no. Campbell called the police, her insurance company, and another roofing contractor who put down an emergency wrap on her house to protect the roof until it can be completed. The company that took off her roof by mistake is 5 Stars Roofing of Markham. We want to be responsible for what we did. We will do her roof for free. If she wants us to do it, we can schedule it.
Couple put in more than $10,000 worth of landscaping to their lawn, including these decorative white rocks. Now they may have to remove all of them. The association says these white rocks around Demarest and Jose Heinzen's home violate the neighborhood bylaws. The couple got a letter saying they have 2 weeks to remove the stones.
To my amazement, we got a letter in the mail saying that, we can't have the white rocks.
Like most HOAs, the Heinzens requires property owners to get approval before making certain changes to the exterior of their home, including landscaping. The Heinzens admit they didn't follow those rules. The Heinzens say they always work to keep their property in good shape.
We take initiative to give the house some curb appeal. We just had the house painted and everything without a letter from them. Mind you, we were probably one of the last ones in the neighborhood to paint the house, and we never got a letter about our house looking bad because we were always on top of it with pressure washing.
The HOA tells us other rock colors are acceptable, and they can work with homeowners on their landscaping designs. If nothing is done, the battle over the rocks may end up in court.
Put plumbers to the test.
It's this hot water heater. Before surrounding every angle with hidden cameras, we called in the experts.
It's in great condition.
This is in perfect working order, and it's definitely not broken.
Steve Ciara with Honest Plumbing and Heating, John Heine with Heine Plumbing and Heating, and Bill Diamond with Diamond Plumbing and Heating all say, although it's older, it's in top condition.
So can we create a small problem that any tech worth his salt would be able to come in and fix like that?
Absolutely. It's very
Show
simple.
me what we can do.
Well, we could loosen this up right here.
By doing that, we created a small water leak.
The only water here is coming from this nut.
Correct.
And we could tighten it with this wrench.
Yep.
That's it.
Simple as that.
So, will they fix this simple leak, or will they try to sell me a new water heater?
There is an issue with my hot water heater. 7 plumbers all quickly discover the leak and fix it with a simple turn of the wrench.
You don't need a new water heater.
This technician didn't even charge us a service fee.
My jaw dropped. I couldn't believe that would happen.
When Wallen received a bill from Waste Management.
It was a big surprise. We ended up receiving an invoice from Waste Management with for roughly about $340. Normally the bill is about $60.
Included with the bill was this image showing the garbage bin with the lid propped open and garbage spilling out. Along with it, an additional overage charge.
We knew we hadn't overloaded the bin.
That's when Wallen checked his security camera footage, shows the driver getting out of the truck, unlocking the garbage bin, partially pulling debris out, and leaving the lid propped open before getting back into his truck and dumping the load. Wallen said he contacted Waste Management offices in Winnipeg and Calgary. Waste Management is denying the allegation the garbage was manipulated in order to charge additional fees, and in an emailed statement to Global News said investigation determined the driver made an error in process, causing the overage charge. It went on to say it was unintentional and reversed the charges that were made in error. But Wallen isn't buying it and says it's not about the money, but more about the principle.
Imagine living next door to this house with towering piles of junk for years. The mess is so colossal, it covers nearly the entire property. The stacks of boxes, clothing, and debris are piled up so high and so deep, they actually block the front door of the house. The junk is even spilling out over the homeowner's car. This fed-up neighbor can't believe it.
I'm shocked every time I walk down the street.
Have you knocked on the door and said, please take this away? I can't live like this?
Oh, yeah.
Suddenly, the man who lives in the hoarder house emerges. Your neighbors here have been upset for a long time. He has no response as he grabs an item from the car. Finally, a day later, cleanup crews arrive and begin the massive undertaking to clear the 8-foot wall of debris. More than 16 giant trucks are needed just to haul away trash. And there's the guy again who lives there. He doesn't look happy that his junk is being thrown away. Today, cleanup crews return. Relieved residents in this LA neighborhood look on as the front yard is finally rid of trash and their nightmare slowly comes to an end.
This Central Florida homeowner mistakenly took his trash out to the curb. That was in violation of Homeowners Association rules.
But HOA ordered them to pay hundreds of dollars.
On the curb where he leaves his trash cans.
Around 15 to 17 bags.
But he made a simple mistake the day before. Months later, without warning, this letter from a law firm arrived demanding Saku pay $927 to the Homeowners Association. Saku admits he left the trash bags on the curb for several days, unaware that violated HOA rules.
Pickup truck came with a trailer
to remove Saku's yard waste. This invoice shows the handyman billed the HOA $400 to haul away more than 60 bags of trash. The handyman attached this photo to the invoice. Saku says it proves there was nowhere near 60 bags. The HOA's attorney could not explain the discrepancy, telling Saku in an email, either way, the trash was not supposed to be there and had to be removed. The fees, the law firm wrote, were non-negotiable.
These people really are swimming in a dumpster. It happened at a block party in Philadelphia.
I called about like 10 dumpster companies and most of them said no.
Then Justin Myers found a construction company that agreed.
We kind of like power washed it. We lined it with plywood and plastic.
There was even a lifeguard, sort of.
The DJ was the lifeguard. We had a DJ up on the roof kind of overseeing everybody, and he had a microphone, and he would say like, hey, no jumping, or watch out.
The partygoers sure had lots of fun, but they never expected their little block party to get national attention. The city of Philadelphia was not amused.
We had a permit for the block party, and I thought that would kind of suffice for the dumpster if I got rid of it fast enough, but legally, you need a permit for the dumpster. To make it a pool, you need a building permit.
The city also took issue with using a municipal fire hydrant to fill the dumpster with water. City Hall even felt the need to issue this no-nonsense statement in case anyone else had the same idea. We are not screwing around.
And from Amazon, it's happening to more and more people, and you could be next. These two people from different parts of the country were both blacklisted by the e-commerce giant.
I was really shocked and upset.
They just sent an email and it said, we've closed your account.
So why the ban? Amazon said that these customers had consistently returned a large number of orders. But Jamie from Georgia disagrees.
We had returned about 4 or 5 items within about 6 months.
The last item Jamie returned was this $43.99 retractable laptop desk because she said it was missing parts. Nathan told us he returned 43 items over the course of 5 years. The final purchase was this small part for his faucet, which cost $10.99.
I kept ordering a part and trying it and it didn't fit. So I just sent it back, ordered another one, didn't fit, sent it back, ordered another one. And I must have done that maybe 4 or 5 times.
So how many returns is too many? Amazon won't give an exact number.
It is the story that got the nation talking. A blind man confronted on a flight. Passengers walking off the plane in protest.
Last Wednesday from Philadelphia to Long Island, New York. She sat next to Albert Rizzi on that flight. He lost his vision 8 years ago because of meningitis. The flight attendant asked Rizzi to stow his guide dog Doxy under the seat, but where he was sitting in the back row, he didn't have a seat in front of him. Mary says the dog only came out to put his head between Albert's feet, never roaming the aisles. She says the flight attendant approached 2 more times, not offering to help, just barking the same orders. 45 minutes on the tarmac, and Albert was then escorted off the flight.
What broke my heart is I heard Albert say, "Am I the only one getting off the plane?"
Minutes later, the nearly 30 passengers walked into the terminal behind him, saying they wouldn't fly without Albert and Doxy.
And U.S. Airways did release a statement after the incident saying, quote, Mr. Rizzi became disruptive and refused to comply with crew members' instructions when the flight attendant asked him to secure his service dog at his feet. The airline is reviewing how the situation was handled.
A disabled University Heights woman is fighting City Hall and losing.
It's all because of how she fixed her yard to help her get around.
Disabled retiree Carol Waddell paid a contractor $1,500 to remove the grass in front of her University Heights home and replace it with concrete so she could park her car there. He told her he'd pulled a permit back when the work was done 7 years ago. She thought all was well until this came in the mail, a citation from San Diego Code Enforcement.
How it came, just like this, immediately ceased parking into front yard.
Not only that, in red ink, highlighted in neon green, Waddell lives on Social Security. She says she can't afford to pay a contractor to tear up the concrete or pay for a building permit to do the work. She's already been hit with a $500 fine. Code enforcement said the sidewalk isn't their department and that there's not much they can do for Waddell, who admits she should have made sure her contractor had the proper permit. She hopes others will learn from her predicament.
Just over a week ago, Christina Tennyson, her husband, and 2 kids closed on this 6-bedroom, 3-acre property just south of Manteca. Because the family wanted to paint and update the home before moving in, it was left vacant. Just a couple days ago, she came to check on the progress.
But when she drove up to her property to meet her contractors, she was surprised to find a U-Haul truck.
And then I noticed a car and some women and children, running around my driveway. At the time, my contractor was here, so I just went upstairs and I asked him, hey, did you bring a U-Haul? And he said no. So we kind of immediately knew, something's not right.
She confronted them.
I came downstairs to ask them what they were doing here, and they informed me they were moving in. And, I informed them, no, this is my house. And they were trying to tell me that their dad had rented the house.
Turns out the alleged dad was one of 2 men caught on her security camera a few days earlier on her property.
So I just, told them I was going to call the cops.
She did, and as shown here, they immediately left just minutes before sheriff's deputies arrived.
He followed an extension cord from his home to the construction crew building next door.
And saw the gentleman came to the window. My question to him was, what the F are you doing still in my power?
After numerous complaints, Adams says David Weekley Home Builders reps assured him they'd reimburse him. But guess what? Just last night, Adams caught the contractors again using his electricity.
I got to worry about somebody stealing my power. That's insane. I didn't pay for this, or nobody deserves to have their power stole from a multi-million-dollar company to put up new construction right beside you.
While we were talking with Adams, who's an active duty U.S. Army soldier, a representative for the home builder showed up.
I can understand if we weren't going to make it right. What's funny is the gentleman that's buying the house next door to him works for us.
This is my property.
Adams says he's now taking extreme measures, cutting his electricity so construction crews don't steal it.
Now I got my first home in a nice gated community that my wife picked out, and I got to worry about somebody stealing my power.